So the Mazda Shootout is a competition that Mazda Motorsports puts together to find best up-and-coming road racers in America and give them an opportunity to further their careers. iRacing's involvement allows sim racers, presumably with not a lot of real-world seat time, the same opportunity. This year, iRacers who compete in the Season 3 iRacing Mazda Cup will have the opportunity to go to the shootout this fall. Last year was the first year that iRacing was involved, and we sent 2 iRacers to the shootout. Evan and Steven, they did great on track. They were really fast in the car and represented sim racers and iRacers very well. The way that iRacers will qualify is that the top 10 in finishing points will be invited to submit an application to iRacing. We'll review that with a panel here, and we'll pick 2 finalists who will then automatically go right on to the shootout. So this is a really great opportunity for any racer, and especially a sim racer. The winner of the shootout this fall wins a fully paid scholarship from Mazda to compete in the 2016 battery tender Mazda MX-5 Cup. It's a really great prize, really great opportunity if you want to have a road racing career.
Good evening everyone and welcome to RaceSpotTV. It's round 4 of the Spirit of VLN-series from the Suzuka circuit in Japan. My name is Andrew Woodhouse with my usual partners in crime from a Thursday night, Adam Bath and Alex Simpson. Gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, good Andrew. Suzuka International Racing Course. We've been here already once this season. Now it's good to be back here once again, and all these cars in the championship, BMWs, McLarens, Roofs, Kias, Ford Mustangs. It's definitely going to be quite a show. 4 hours of racing tonight.
Yeah, hi fellas, really looking forward to this one. I love Suzuka, one of my personal favourites. Makes for some great racing, especially in these sort of tin top cars if you'd have it. The Formula Ones really struggle to overtake around here, but I think this is going to be epic beyond belief tonight.
The classic Suzuka circuit, the only figure of 8 track used in Formula 1, is the site for this one. And we have, as Alex mentioned, we have 4 or 5 different classes here. BMW, McLaren in the GT3 category, then you've got the Roofs, you've got the Kias, you've got the Ford Mustangs. And this was the site, Adam, of the first round of the season, which was, you know, a little bit messy. This one, though, we've got a grid of 40 cars, should be good.
Yeah, I was watching the first race of the season back a few days ago just to familiarise myself with the cars, and yeah, it was quite eventful in the first few moments at the start. A few Kias and Roofs tangling with each other going into the first corner, then a great battle for the lead between the TNT Racing Gold BMW and the McLarens as well, and that really continued throughout the entire race. So I think we can expect the same tonight.
Yeah, it's been a difficult season for TNT compared to last season, of course, when they did take the championship in their category. The leading car overall, of course, it's a combined championship and the class championship, is the SRN Motorsports number 3 Ford Mustang, which has taken 26.55 points so far from the first 3 races. And it's a couple of roughs. SRN in second place, then it's NEPK Racing, their rough as well, moving up from the Kia category last season into 3rd place in the championship this season. The highest place BMW, the Core Sim Racing VLN car, they're 3rd on the grid at the moment, Alex, and it's never a bad place to start a 4-hour race.
Nah, I mean, a long time this race, and we're going to be able to make up quite a few places, but yeah, Core looking good, 3rd place. Be able to do something with that, I would think.
One thing I noticed, actually, Adam, is how close the Kia category is here. The first... You ignore Karcher, who are usually one of the classes of the field, Team Chimera, who've had a great season so far as well, down to SimRC.de, there's only about 1 second between them, about 10 cars.
Yeah, and with Karsha only half a second or so in front of Team Chimera, that isn't a lot, and especially in the tight confines of endurance racing with the likes of other classes racing amongst you, that can probably get a bit closer during the race as well. So I don't think Karsha will have it all their own way. I think they had I think they might have had a bit of problems in the first race of the season. I can't really remember, but
yeah, they've only got 2 finishes out of 3 races.
Yeah.
But Team Chimera have won 2 rounds of the championship so far, and SRN continuing their great form this season. Their Kia has actually had 2 second place finishes, so excellent consistency from them. They'll be looking to try to gain the championship lead here today with 2 rounds left. One of the best categories we've seen so far in the first 3 rounds has been the category for the rough C spec, and 3 teams are tied on 52 points after 3 races. Sim Racing Eke, they're leading, at least on the standing sheet, ahead of NEPK Racing and SRN Motorsports, but it's essentially a tie. SRN have got 2 wins, and I assume that would count well for them on count bike. Alex, it's great to see a category that's so close after 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, level on points, 4th, not too far behind either, so that's what you want when you sign up to a league like this. You want to have a good battle, and yeah, 3 people fighting it with just the 3 rounds to go, so could go any way, and yeah, that's what all the drivers want.
Adam, I noticed that you were telling me the other night you had a bit of experience in the rough. Does that point to the rough being a very drivable and very raceable car? The fact that four teams there have got excellent results over the first few races.
Well, it took me a while to get used to. Usually more of a BMW person, especially in the Z4 GT3, but due to me having my B-class license dropped, had to get back into the roof, and yeah, it's a pretty hard car to get to learn, especially sometimes when you put the power down, it can get away from you in the slow stuff. So whilst it's a very enjoyable car to drive, it is just sometimes a bit of a challenge, and I'm sure we'll see these guys facing those challenges over 4 hours as we're about to go down to the grid, I think, for the start of the race. It'll be a warm-up lap for, of course, it being endurance race, a rolling start.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll see the safety car head the field round very, very shortly indeed. One thing that we haven't mentioned yet is the pole position team, and that's the Dream Factory McLaren MP412C. They actually won here in the first round of the season, of course, just not so long back, a few months ago. And Alex, if a team has previous here, they've obviously worked even harder and even faster this time round.
Yeah, looking very, very strong, and I think, yeah, when you have a good result like that, actually it just inspires you to go out there and just try and beat your own personal performance from the last round. So it's going to be tough for the guys around them, for sure.
All right, a quick rundown then of the top positions in each category. The top 3 for the GT3s. Dream Factory number 27 with Alberto Ballesteros. They are on pole position, and then it's RC UK Motorsport with Simon Povey in the BMW in second place. It's the Core Sim Racing VLN car, the 24 of Claudio Klima. Keep an eye out for him, he's very quick indeed. He is starting in third place. And then down to the roofs, it's NEPK Racing in the 451 car, followed by PND's 723 machine, and then the SRN Motorsport number 41 car. That car, incidentally, is one of those 3 championship leaders, with NEPK, of course, there. For the Kias, Karcher have taken a dominant pole position, really. 2 minutes 6.2, just slightly slower than one of the some of the leading roofs there. Team Chimera, championship leaders so far in that category, second, and then it's Team Heuskenveld Engineering there with 21st place on the grid with a 2 minutes 7.092. And then down to the Ford Mustangs, Blackadder Motorsport. They haven't had a terrific season so far, just 1 second place for the 68 car. They're the fastest qualifier in that class. And then it's the 969, the main PC Mustang, second place overall. They won the last race, and they're second. And then it's SRN's championship overall leading car. 2 wins so far for them in the third place. They start third here today. Adam, short pace run through 130R essentially, and then we'll be underway.
Yeah, and of course it's overcast conditions, and we saw what the same conditions as what happened in round 1 back at the start of the season. So I can expect a little bit of carnage going into that first corner, especially in the classes in the midfield, such as the Roofs, the Kias, and a whole load of Kias as well, and the Ford Mustangs right at the back of this pack. But it's going to be a McLaren and a BMW leading them to the green line.
Not a lot of time at all for them to get that required advised 5-second gap that they need. But Alberto Ballesteros has hammered it then. Oh, but he had to slow down, Alex, there, as he takes the green flag.
Yeah, everybody checking up big time there.
He's going to lose the lead.
It's fortunate they split the pack up, actually, otherwise it could have been really, really messy.
GT3's leading it down into turn 1. Through the fast first part and then the slightly slower second part. Dream Factory McLaren with Ballesteros. And then Simon Povey for RC UK. Then Claudio Klima. Then Mika Muller. Back to the Roofs. The Roofs have got underway as well. Tim Claessens. For NEPK Racing, they were a standout team in the Kias in the previous season. This season they're coming to this category and they're showing really well. Ahead of PND Racing, Alessandro Bacilega there.
Well, of course, back at round 1 at the start of the season, they did the start all together, and that's what, of course, led all to the craziness going into the first corner. But this 5-second rule seems to have worked pretty well, and everyone has made it through the first few corners without incident.
Andreas Katz leading the Kia category with Karcher, the number 23 machine, ahead of Simon Trendell in the Team Chimera car. Trendell and then Christian Kuit for Team Heuskenveld. Our commentary colleague Paul Smith currently in 5th place. He's driving the R Souls car with Ashley Blake Hood today. Should see some good action from him. And then in the Mustangs, it's the Blackadder 68 car, Stephen Spantig, who takes the lead there. Pretty clean start, Alex.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Don't want any major crashes. It's always tricky through Silverstone. That turn 1, turn 2 really narrows down, and we've seen a lot of accidents there in the past. And yeah, it's great that we've got a full grid going around. Although, that said, I think we do have one car in the pits, which is Clark Duffy right now. So I'm not sure why Clark's in there.
Problem as well for the online simracing.de car, the BMW GT3 of Jan-Philippe Vade in the into Spoon Curve. There was a bit of contact there. He was on the grass, and I can't tell whether he's got a problem with the car, but it looks like he's been able to carry on without too much damage. But early contact on lap number 1.
Yeah, there's always some likelihood here at Suzuka of that happening. Dream Factory leading by 0.7 of a second. RC UK coming under a little slight pressure from Klima, but as we saw in the last race, at the front 4 they were quite sensible and settling into their pace, and they know it's a long afternoon. It's not quite as long, Alex, as the Spa race, but it's still, you're still got to be careful early on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's long enough that if you do have a little mistake, you should be able to fight your way back up. But no one will want to do that. Just want to run their strategies right now, and I'm sure drivers will actually be thinking about that pretty early on, being like you said, just a 4-hour race. They just need to drive to their numbers and hit their fuel figures and things like that. So see if there's anybody going to try like one less stop or anything like that. We've seen it in the past work, and could be that there could be a few drivers already thinking like that.
Yeah, strategy could be important here, especially Adam. Will the cooler conditions play into the hands of anyone in particular with only 25-degree track temperature?
I can't really see any of them getting an advantage. It'll certainly help the Kias because of them being front-wheel drive, as the one of the Roofs I'm looking at.
They'll be much faster, definitely.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see the gaps that are already starting to form. It's a minute back to the Mustangs already. That's how quick the GT3 cars are going, and the field
the Kias are actually catching the Roofs. Actually, I've just seen that. Only a couple of seconds behind. I wonder if these cold conditions, Adam, might even be able to reverse the Kias into the second fastest car today.
Karcher car only 1.5 seconds behind the slowest car in the Roof category at the moment, which is SRA VLN-2.
Although that's a good battle there between the 25 car and the 51 car. That's A360 Racing Team with Colin Richards. He's under a lot of pressure going down to 130R, Alex.
Yeah, looks like potentially it's going to be a late move. In the end, I think he just decided wasn't quite far enough alongside to make the move, but unfortunately didn't pull out of it early enough to get himself a run into the into Casio Triangle there.
But he's got a good run through Casio Triangle. He couldn't get a power down as he wanted I think Sven Beckman there, and the rough down the main straight. He's lost quite a lot of ground.
Yeah, huge actually. It's close to 0.6 of a second the gap there now. So
the 67 Mustang's already been in some trouble, and he's going to be in a bit more trouble here if he's not careful. That's Clark Duffy. Yeah, he was in the pit lane, Alex, and but that might mean that that has meant that there's a change in position between the 25 and the 51 there.
Yeah, Beckman just taking advantage of the
Katz is coming through as well.
The back marker there, and just I think Colin just got caught out a little bit by it and really had to check up on the inside there and got himself all out of shape. But yeah, Katz now wants to get past as well. He's being held up right now.
Adam Katz doesn't really know what to do, does he? He's got to try and get past the rough, but he's under a lot of pressure from Team Chimera, who Trendle had an excellent race last time out, and they won that last time out, did Chimera, so won 2 races this season. If you're Andreas Katz, what's the plan here?
Well, it is a battle for position, really, so I'm sure Katz will love to take that away from the roof, but then again, he has to think of the championship, and that's who he's fighting here with, Simon Trendle.
Got a great exit out of the hairpin, though, Adam.
Yeah, he has, and it'll be interesting to see if he can get a run through this long right-hander before we head into Spoon Curve, and he's having a look to the inside, but there's definitely going to be no way through there. Will he try and stage a move into Spoon Curve? Thinks better of it as Katz throws that Kia Optima into the corner. It's all about getting the run on the now as they head down into 130R, and Katz has got a good run, pretty even with Simon Trendle, and I think it's going to have to be into the Casio triangle for Trendle to really get this move done. It's all about how you set the car up through 130R.
Alex, how easy is the move into the Casio chicane?
Yeah, it's not easy at all. A lot of drivers think, you should be able to get a run, but 130R is actually quite a challenging corner, so to get a run out of that and get alongside, it's not as straightforward as many think, and Katz just has a little bit of slipstream from the rough in front of it, so that's played a little bit into his hands there.
Just checking in, staying with the Kias, just checking with our broadcast colleague Paul Smith, who's having issues with his voice, so I hope he gets well soon, but he's well enough to drive the Kia Optima, and he's got past the 8R80 machine on that previous lap, so Paul, teaming with Ashley Blakehood, having an excellent run to start with. It's good to see him out there.
Yeah, another one of the regular Kia drivers, so certainly he's got pace, using all of the curbs and more there as well, just bumping it up on 2 wheels for a second. Under a lot of pressure out there from Baldwin right now, though.
Yep, and who's also under pressure from Nieves. So Alvin Nieves, Phoenix Motorsports, they had a pretty quick car earlier on in the season. They're looking to get through as well, but yeah, Paul Smith, he's got some skills. He's a Bathurst winner, and that, I tell you what, Alex, that takes some going, doesn't it, to win there?
yeah, absolutely. One of the toughest tracks I think we've got on the sim, if not the toughest track. Good
battle here going on between the 75. Well, it was a good battle between the 75 rough and the 31 Canard PC entry, but it looks like Sim Racing Eke then, with Ralph Florinovsky, has actually managed to get through and clear off into the distance, Adam.
Yeah, the gap now up to 0.8 of a second between those two as they head out of Spoon Curve. Nico van Elk in the Bitspeed Endurance car just keeping a watchful eye in 15th overall, and then as they work their way down into 130R, Ryan Huff in the SRN Motorsports car. He's just 4.3 seconds ahead, but at the front of the class it is Tim Colassens in the Nepke Racing roof, and he's got a 2.9 second lead ahead of Alessandro Bacielga in the PND Racing car. So the lead at the front, the front few cars in the roof class, have got quite a bit of a lead. Have the battle for best of the rest, the likes of Loranowski, Boyset and Elk. They're really the guys to keep an eye out already 9 minutes into this race.
Yeah, there is a long way to go. You said 9 minutes in, we've got 3 hours and 51 minutes still to go, and well, it looks like we're going to get a good competition. It's a bit status quo at the front with the GT3s. Dream Factory 1.8 seconds ahead. They're actually starting now, Alex, to come into some traffic, and it's one of the worst parts of the course to actually get it through the Spoon Curve and potentially into the end of the lap through 130R.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to have to be patient and work their way through.
Look at the speed of that McLaren.
We've got a good fight going on though for P24
yeah.
right now.
Sorry, third place and nearly side by side, nearly nose to tail, Alex. Claudio Klima and Micah Muller. And Muller ran the outside at 130R. What an impressive move that was.
Very fantastic move from him, and now it's all going to bunch up underneath this traffic as they head into the Cassia Triangle. Klima had to take the outside line there. That's really compromised him. However, Muller's going to be right with Povey as they head out of the Cassia Triangle and down the front straight, and he's having to defend the inside line there. He's picking up a wicked toe off the back of the RC UK Motorsport car. He's going to go to the outside line, which will probably be the favourable line, and into turn one.
Round the outside again.
Done. Fantastic set of moves there from the NM Academy car of Mika Muller.
Alex, we've just seen two of the greatest moves I think we've seen for a long time, really. Round the outside of 130R, that's a horribly difficult move to do.
Yeah, it takes some bravery to do that, and he's
some stones as well.
Yeah, he's slicing his way through the traffic as well, and has to check up a little bit there. And side by side,
there, excellent. Povey with a brilliant move as going into the Dunlop curve, and that was really, really opportunistic driving, Adam.
The benefit of being probably the second car to get to the traffic, because you can see what's going on in front, and then you can position your car perfectly. And Simon Povey doing a fantastic job there in the RC UK car, and is able to get himself back up into second place.
Tremendous action in the early stages here on RaceSpotTV. Let's go and check in with the Ford Mustangs. It's the main PC Mustang that's in the lead. In fact, that's the car that the leads have just gone past. Neil Senkowski there in the 969 car with the win in the last round at Spa-Francorchamps in the 6-hour race. Also second place in the first round at Suzuka, so looking good for them. And then it's the overall leader of the Spirit of VLN Championship, the number 9 SRN Motorsports car.
Yeah, Mike Young in there right now, doing a great job. These top three in this class very, very close at the moment. Tom Ward just behind in the Friction Racing 69 car there as well. So as they've got a little bit more traffic to deal with, come screaming past it. Down into 130. Oh, Tom's going to have one. Oh, I just thought he's going to have a GT car there, just perhaps try and pop his nose through there and give him something to think about, but in the end, they're all sensible.
And just to put this into perspective, the leader, the main leader of the race is lapping times of 158.9, as compared to the Mustangs are doing 221.185 the lap time last time around by Mike Young. So that's how much of a disadvantage these guys are, and it can really wrestle the GT3 cars when they get to them.
We have seen that the Mustangs were a lot closer in some of the previous races, and obviously round one was quite a big difference between them and the other cars. And Suzuka, Alex, it just seems like it just doesn't suit the Ford at all compared to some of the other tracks we've been to. Road America, the Mustangs were fairly strong, as in Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, I just think Suzuka's all about change of direction, having the car really stick to the road, and it's where it falls down. I mean, it's not the fastest accelerating, but once it gets going, it is actually relatively quick in a straight line. So
we saw that at Spa at the end of the Camel Straight.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just really what it's struggling with. It's very much stop and start here, and lots of flow in corners, so very difficult for the guys to keep up.
Having a quick look at Simon Povey there, making his way through. Alex, obviously with the World Championship, you've experienced being the traffic and being on the other end of it. The Mustangs have to contend with almost as much reverse traffic as the leaders have to contend with them.
Yeah, exactly. Constantly looking in their rear view mirror, just checking their relative, make sure that they're fully aware of who's coming up and whatnot. And over the past 3 rounds already, they would have learnt drivers that will perhaps go for some late moves and things like that. So one good thing about league racing, you get to know your competition quickly. So drivers will be fully aware of who's coming up behind them. But yeah, they have to be on their toes. I mean, it can end their race very, very quickly if they just take the corner as per normal, and they've got someone just trying to pull a late move off.
Great battle. So
sorry, Adam. I was going to say, as we saw at Le Mans a few weeks ago, there's as much of an art to being lapped as there is doing the lapping.
Yeah, and we've seen how horribly wrong it can go in recent years.
Especially
at Le Mans.
in race 1 here as well.
Yeah, there's a fantastic battle shaping up for about 5th place in class between Paul Smith, Lucas Stoltzer, Pete Newman, Leandro Schmidt, all of them right with each other in the Kia Optimus as they head out of Spoon Curve. Paul Smith just starting to put a few legs now on Lucas Stoltzer in the SimRC.de car, but it's the person to watch is probably Leandro Schmidt. He's got in the slipstream there of Pete Newman and had a look, thought about having a look there into 130. I didn't get the opportunity to do so, but Paul Smith isn't breaking away at any rate here. He's really under pressure.
I've just noticed Adam Smith's got some damage on the right rear. It's quite severe damage actually. So I wonder if that's affecting him, because he's been repassed by the 880 car and now he looks like he's holding these guys up.
Yeah, let's have a look at the lap times as they come across the line. Paul Smith did a 2:09.0. Dotson was 0.2 of a second quicker as he has a look down the inside. And
that's brave.
It is.
Oh, and he goes for it, and Smith's hit him, and Smith's just cut across of Newman, and
Schmidt lost out big time there.
And
yeah,
Newman down as well.
Newman, I don't think he lost the position, but definitely didn't gain anything there. Paul Smith dishing out his own brand of RaceSpotTV violence here.
Just seeing this.
You can see the replay.
Yeah, back on replay right now.
Shaping up for second in class as well in the Kia Optimus between Simon Trendell and Christian Hewitt. That is Team Chimera versus Team Heisenfeld Engineering as they head out of the hairpin and through this right-hand of 0.5 of a second separating them. And it looks like these Kia Optimus can't break away from each other because, as we've seen time and time again, Andrew, the slipstream seems to work so well on these cars.
Yeah, it does, and we do see that every Thursday night. And you know, it looks like Hewitt has actually really got a move on, because Trendell was much quicker than him at the start of the race, and Hewitt's going to shape him up for a move. Adam, it looks like he could have a go into the chicane.
3 of a second separating them as they head down this quick straight, heading into one of the fastest parts of the racetrack. Interesting lines taken there by Simon Trendell. I don't think it was the quickest line, but even the Kias are now starting to lap the Mustangs as they head into the final chicane before heading down the front straight. Andreas Katz in the Karcher car is just lapping the beginning of the Ford Mustangs now, and Simon Trendell is actually closing in on him a bit now, only 0.7 of a second separating them. I don't know whether Katz got held up by them, but it looks like we've got a three-way battle for the lead in this class.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds difference the lap time was actually, so definitely some traffic as Christian there was trying to get through.
I don't know if there was some contact there with the Werpomoto Mustang, who's always pretty good and consistent and almost bouncing off the curb and into the Heuskenfeld car, but Martin Rossler there, who is in 6th in his category, nearly running into Hewitt.
Look at the time that lost Hewitt there as well, 2.1 seconds behind Trendell now, and he was only half a second as they crossed the line.
Yeah, and he was 1.4 quicker than Andreas Katz that last time round, so Katz is going to have to get a move on if he wants to keep that position. But it's a great battle shaping up. We said the Kias were closely matched around here, and they're still only about 3 seconds behind the Russ, Adam.
Not breaking away at all. In fact, Trendell, sorry, that's better to look at, was only 0.2 of a second slower than the last car in the race, which was Colin Richards. So, yeah, the Kia Optimus still not dropping the roofs, and if one of them got into trouble, the Kia Optimus would be right on their case.
Well, the car at the back of the rough category was actually only 0.2 of a second slower than the leading rough that time. NEPK with Tim Claessens looked like he had a bit of traffic, and that's put him in within striking distance of Alessandro Baccalega in the PND racing car, who did a 2 minutes 5.5, which is pretty good at this point in the race, Alex, I would say.
Yeah, decent lap, and goes quicker again, 2:04.6, just 1/10 off of our leader, so...
Looks like everyone pretty much had a slow lap there in the midfield. And now looking at the looking forward to GT3, and we've still got 3 cars within a couple of seconds. We've got RC UK Motorsport with Simon Povey just going past one of the Kias. That's actually Ellis Stevens there.
Yeah, Stevens, of course, a well-known name in the touring car. Sitting here on iRacing and currently sitting in 29th place overall, and he's third from bottom in his class, and he's on his own really at the moment.
He kept that one quiet that he was racing today, didn't he?
Yeah, we'll name and shame, don't worry.
And now
we'll wait until he crashes and then we'll see. And then we've got... He'll thank me for that later.
Klima under pressure from Muller, 0.5 of a second between them as they come out the final corner. Let's see what their lap times are like as they come across the line. Now, Klima does a 2 minutes 1.0. Muller 2:01.686, so 6/7 of a second slower. However, that doesn't seem to have hampered his progress at all. 0.3 of a second behind the core sim racing VLN car as they head out of that tricky first couple of corners and then into the S's. The challenges keep on coming at this Suzuka race circuit.
Muller's looking nice and tidy, Alex, and Claudio Klima, as we've seen before, he's not quite as smooth as some of the drivers. He's sort of the the Lewis Hamilton to the Jenson Button of Muller, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, definitely difference in style there, and you can see that actually just through slight differences in the line as they're going through the S's section as well. And definitely, I think the traffic as Muller there just runs a little bit wide through Degner 1. Just not too much of a problem in these BMWs. They can tend to handle the Astro and the bumps that are around there, but just about squeezes through on the outside there of one of the Kias. I thought for a moment the Kia was coming across him.
What I love about the Degner curves, Alex, is if you do go into the gravel there, you can kind of skate through there and get the perfect braking done for the second part.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have too much of an effect. I was actually talking to somebody off air today saying that actually that's definitely what we need within the sim is proper gravel.
Yeah, that slows you down substantially, really. Yeah, stuff that you can get stuck in as well, I think, was one of the suggestions that we had. Got a great battle, actually, we did have, between the two P1 TV motorsport cars. Frank von Borstel in the 39 car has actually got ahead of his teammate, and that's Bernd Kohlrud in the number 38 car there, and those two nicely liveried cars are following each other closely.
I think we've got a crash just happening as well.
Povey. It was Simon Povey.
Povey crashed.
RC UK car, and he's got huge damage to the front of his BMW, and that's now allowed Muller through into second place, and I'm sure it's going to be a matter of time before Klima gets past as well. It doesn't look like it's hampered the speed, though, of the RC UK car. He's carrying on in third place, but the front of that car looks pretty shoddy.
I don't know if he's got slight suspension damage there.
Just looking at the replay back, actually, and it just looks like there was some sort of carnage.
Oh no, he didn't hit anything.
Yeah, it was carnage in front of him.
He's off now.
And, he just catches. Just catches it on his right front. But it was what was going on ahead of him actually that caused all the problems. So.
Oh, and again, twice, Alex. The second time, Povey turned into the second. It was the second corner in the S's, the slightly faster one, and the car in front had to slam on the brakes. One of the Kias lost it, and that was Leandro Schmidt in the 8R80 white car. He slams into the barriers and actually flips onto his side, and it looked like that Povey couldn't really do anything about that.
Yeah, I think he's all right though. I think he might have a little bit. Front right, it took a bit of damage, a couple of big hits there, but he's okay. Doesn't seem to be losing too much straight line speed or anything like that. And I can't see. And there's another crash in front of them.
That's the one in front of them. That's the 24. That's the Corsim racing car. That's Claudio Klima. And now Povey spun off again. Somebody dropped some imaginary oil down there, Alex.
Yeah, that was just him having to avoid it, and he's going to have to wait for everybody to filter through here.
3-point turn.
Yeah, he's got to back. Yeah, he's
got to back it up and just turn around, doesn't he?
Yeah, that would have been far quicker, I think. Yeah.
Because now he's going to lose a place probably to Jean-Philippe Weed.
He's all the way down in 7th place now. He's in P2, not too far from our leader.
Muller around as well.
Muller's around as well.
In the Casio triangle, I don't think he's
got rear wing damage big time. Look at the front end of the. He's into hits as well.
Yeah.
What on earth's happening here?
I'll have a little look back, see if I can.
He swiped in front. He cut up a Mustang there. he sort of tried to steal too much from the main PC Mustang and got rear quarter panelled into the fence.
Oh god, yeah. One of my favourite moves on a Thursday night. BMW apparently suffers from it as well. But
and then he spun off, which didn't help. And then he's gone the Ayrton Senna sort of half escape road and then over the gravel, and he needs to get in the pits, really. I don't know why he's carrying on. He needs to come into pit road.
Yeah, he does
and
come in.
And he nearly hits the tyre wall on the way in. It was, what a crazy lap. I've never seen anything like it.
I think it might be worth just having a little recap of the running order of the GT class here, because it's completely swapped around.
I think next lap by, I will have a little look at that, definitely. That was all sorts of craziness going on there. And now Dream Factory have got a 22-second lead, Adam.
Yeah, 24-second lead, and managed to gain practically 11 seconds on that lap over Claudio Klima. Simon Povey now under pressure in 6th from Jan-Philipp Wieden, the online simracing.de entry. They're coming up on Kia Optima traffic once again. I think that's Ellis Stevens. Povey's able to get past quickly, as does Wieden as well, as they head into the hairpin.
The two P1 TV cars are looking quite close together as well. Adam, Cole Road ahead of, behind Frank von Borstel there.
Yeah, and there's a BMW in front of them, Jari Stark. So, well, you see this sometimes in endurance racing. It looks so clean at the beginning of the race, and then all of a sudden it goes crazy with a whole load of incidents. And now that this threesome in the BMW class are now starting to close in on all the Mustangs, and they're going to go 3 wide, and Jari Stark having to get past all of them carefully. And now there's 2 wide Mustangs going through 130R. The main PC car, Neil Sendkowski, is now going to be under pressure from the BMWs as they head into the chicane. Be careful.
So it was the Friction Racing car, Adam, that just got by, that managed to get past the 969 main PC Mustang. And look now, Jean-Philippe Weed's got a chance now, Alex, down the straight.
Yeah, I think just 0.1 behind, pulls out from the draft. Hasn't completed the move yet.
Getting busy out there.
Povey as well, just holds that position in there.
Seems like all 40 cars, Adam, have just converged in the same part of the racetrack.
Sure, well, this isn't going to be the last time we see this happen. The race is tonight, 27 minutes into this race now, nearly half an hour gone already, and the pack just seems to be getting closer and closer.
And, one of the P1 TV cars going wide and losing position to Simon Povey, and he seemed to miss his line there completely. If he's got some damage, Cole Road. And it's getting really, really tight through Degner.
And Veed is now going to try and get past.
And someone's got off at the hairpin, I think.
Yes, it's Paul Smith.
It's Paul Smith who's off at the hairpin.
Oh, be careful, rejoining.
Oh, he was the king of dodgy rejoins in the at Silverstone once, and that one, goodness me.
Charles Aguirre very lucky there.
Change of underwear required for the flow riders there, Alex.
Yeah, I think that car has pretty much had it, so didn't have much choice about the way the car was tracking towards the edge there. The rough just manages to survive. That was Yao there, just about got through, but I think Paul going to try and limp his car back to the pits, but look at the state of that right now.
So the main PC BMW, the 69 car, just held up quite a bit by his teammate there in the Kia. Jari Stark held up by Ferenc Kern there, and the main PC Fun team. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 BMWs all within about 5 seconds of each other in the GT3 class.
Povey's now on the offensive, and he's going to try and get past Boster into the first corner, but no way through there as they had to try and get their way past Kern in the Kia Optima. And now Povey, I think, is not really going to be able to get the move done through the S's. They are coming up, though, on more Mustangs. That is Clark Duffy in the Blackadder Motorsport number 67 car. Stark is coming up to it now. He's going to try and go around the outside. That should work. Puts a wheel onto the curb or so, but that is fine. But now Bostrel and Povey are coming up on him at the worst possible moment through this long left-hander and down towards the Degner curves.
And they've gained a lot of time on Jari Stark, Adam, as well. You can see it's only a couple of seconds in front. down into Degner, 1 and then 2, climbing up slightly towards the hairpin.
Yes, indeed, they're only 0.6 of a second behind now, so the battle for third is definitely on as Povey looks down here inside there, hard on the brakes. These guys are going at it already, and we always say that this is more of a 4-hour sprint rather than a 4-hour endurance race, and heading through the long right-hander and down towards Spoon Curve. Povey's just dropped back a little bit, 0.6 of a second now. Have endurance in endurance racing now is practically nothing. Lap times last time around, Jari Stark 202.6, Borstraw's 202.9, Povey 201.454. Have we saw on that lap, Andrew, just how much traffic can hinder your lap?
Oh yeah, massively, and we can see that all these guys are on the limit here. Povey is having a little look, he moves out, and Alex, I've noticed a few drivers actually moving slightly out from behind the car in front, going into 130R, because I guess it's quite difficult to see the apex.
That's the thing, I think, you know, it's a pretty big spoiler on the back of the BMW, so you want to catch a good view. You don't want to hit the apex there, because it can easily push you wide and into the wall, so yeah, drivers just having a quick little glance just to be safe.
Tell you what a hectic race this is at the moment, and we've also got a battle in the rough category between Ralph Lewandowski, the Sim Racing Eki car, just ahead of Canard PC number 31, driven by Mathieu Boisset, and that's a good battle shaping up, Adam, in the rough.
Number 31 car having a pretty good race. Lap times last time around, Boisset was slower, however, once again, this is probably the traffic helping him out. And who's that behind? That's our race leader already coming through to lap him. He is in a class of 1 at the moment, 30 seconds ahead of Klima, and is the only car lapping in the 1:59s at the moment. That's how much of a good job he's doing, and he's going to lap them now. However, I don't think it should hinder this battle in the roof category as they head down this straight and into 130R. Interesting then, the McLaren doesn't have the straight line speed I was expecting it to have. He just got through there.
I believe the NEPK car has disappeared. Tim Claessens has disconnected, and the Not Enough PK Racing 451 roof is out.
Yeah, you're right. Received a throughput error, so that will obviously his teammate will be able to jump in. Who is his teammate?
He's going to have to tow back to the pits.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's Bram Renier's usually.
Yeah, Pedro is. Pedro Beelen there.
Van Bellen, yep.
Yeah, so he's just. He's going to jump straight in the car, I'm sure, but it takes a while. Just takes a while for it, and Tim's back in, but I'm sure his teammate would have already taken over. Just be waiting for the car to be placed on the racetrack. Really,
I think very shortly we're going to get a big scrap. I was going to ask you the question actually, Alex. It was relating to the Dream Factory car and the fact that he's now 32 seconds in front. What's the feeling on iRacing regarding the new build? I've not raced since the new build. There's a position change as the P1 TV 39 car going up the inside. Von Borstel. And in fact, that's defending from Jan-Philippe Weed. Jan-Philippe Weed has gone through.
Yeah,
down to 6.
Good move there. I mean, as far as the build goes, just talking to a few of the teammates earlier on this week, balance of performance fairly decent. McLaren certainly took a step up into the right direction. Perhaps overall a tiny bit quicker on the racetrack, but obviously suffers with the fact that it uses a lot more fuel, takes a little bit longer in the pits. BMW very, very close actually, and can usually keep within the draft, but because it requires less time in the pits, they're very, very even overall. So going to be a good fight with that, and some of the other cars as well actually seems to be very close. It just seems like the rough GT3 seems to be out of favours. That's about it, but we haven't obviously got to worry about that today.
No, the rough GT3, it's almost a lesser spotted vehicle on iRacing sometimes. Don't see it very often. But yeah, Jan-Philippe Weed's gone through, and actually Povey now attacking Stark into the spoon curve into the second part.
Yeah, Stark he's gone wide in through both parts of the spoon curve there, and that's now going to allow Povey. Yeah, Povey's now surely got the run. However, Stark could try and just swoop around the outside. That is the preferred racing line after all. In fact, he's on the grass nearly there as they head through 130, and he's not got the priority there. and that allows Povey through into third place.
Stark's got it. Has Stark got some kind of slowdown, or was that just
No,
a really
I think
slow
I think he
corner?
just let Povey go. He didn't want any of that. It's just 3.5 hours left of this race, and
But he's
you know,
massively.
yeah, he lost a lot of ground,
Yeah.
mind you. So, yeah.
I mean, I would have tried to probably stay to the inside and make Povey go the long way around, but I guess he realised he's much quicker than him. But now Jan-Philipp Weed's there, and also there is Von Borstel. He's not far behind. And checking in with the Mustangs. Now it's Friction Racing into the lead.
Yeah, Tom Ward.
Tom Ward, 69. He is partnering with Michael Goff, and they are ahead of the SRN Motorsports car of Mike Young. So Young's only a couple of seconds behind though, Adam. He's closing in.
And we're just hearing while Adam's
off
away.
into the gravel is Tom Ward.
Yeah, he survives okay. He's obviously going to get closed in by Young, but we're just hearing that Stark lost that place as well to Weed. So yeah, all changed around. So yeah, maybe Stark is struggling out there while we continue to watch Tom Ward actually being closed in now by Young.
Yeah, Young last time around, what lap time did he do? 2:22.0, so 1/7 of a second quicker. However, the gap between them, 0.8 of a second, as they head through the Casio chicane now and down the front straight. Who have they got coming up on them? They've got a roof coming to lap them. However, Young didn't get the best run. He's now allowed the car to pull away a bit now.
See Tom Ward's hands going crazy on the wheel, coming through the Casio chicane. It was a sight to behold. He was really sawing away at it, trying to keep this rear-wheel drive Mustang under control into the first corner. It looks like, Alex, this battle's going to rage throughout the entire race because they're very evenly matched as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely. Young definitely quicker that time by as well. Actually, it wasn't just goes to show traffic can make all the difference. Was actually 0.3 of a second slower. So, but right on his tail now.
Check in with the Kias, and Karcher into the lead and about 5 seconds clear of Simon Trendle in the Team Chimera car. Andreas Katz leading, Trendle in second, third is Kiewit. Kiewit's fallen back a little bit, and they are actually ahead of the A360 Racing Team Rough now. I don't know if he's had a couple of bad laps like Colin Richards, but yeah, he had the 2:22 in there somewhere. We're not far away, Adam, from the first round of pit stops, and that could change the order around yet again.
Seen quite a few position changes so far. We're only 38 minutes in already. Pete Newman in 19th place overall. That is 4th place in his class. Doing a good job. 12 seconds away from the next car in front of him, which I think is one of the roofs. But he is coming under pressure from the car behind. Julian Baldwin in the 880 car. 0.7 of a second behind.
Yeah, and that's Newman's just gone past, just lapped Marty Jeffries in the SRN Motorsports number 59 car. Who's having a little bit of a ball showing today. We haven't really spoke about Arcadia Racing at all. Alexander Pratt is in that car, sharing it with Lucas Seeler, I assume, as normal, and not really showing the pace that Arcadia are known for, but they are usually known for picking up consistent hauls of points into a hairpin. It's quite a few Kias in front. Having a little go there. Ellis Stevens, 23rd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in the category for Stevens. That's not a bad showing on what I believe is his VLN debut. Yeah, that McLaren looks just really planted out there, Adam, and I mean, at the moment, Alberto Ballesteros, he'll want to stay out there as long as possible. He's got a great rhythm going. He's got a terrific lead, and Raul Diago will probably be wanting him to stay out as well.
Doing a fantastic job. I haven't got the lap time he did last time around. However, he's 38.5 seconds ahead of Claudio Klima. We're just working his way into the hairpin now.
59.3.
Still 59s. That is quite incredible. And the fact that he's able to do them on a consistent basis shows that I think he's got some time in hand. What time did he do in qualifying? 1:56.891. So he could go up to 2 seconds a lap quicker, but the 1:59 is still quite a way ahead of the guys behind him. Claudio Klima last time around 2:01.5, so he's pulling away around about 2 seconds a lap. So he is in a class of 1 at the moment, and he is the only McLaren running in this race?
In the motor race. He's the one who's winning it.
I wonder if they'll all convert for the next race.
Who knows? I don't know if that's in the rules. I'll have to check that. I wonder if we can go on board with the leader, Hugo. Hugo Louis on the cameras as well, doing a great job as usual. Alex, can you take us through a lap of this Suzuka circuit, my friend?
I certainly can.
You've driven here many times before.
Yeah, many times.
Fifth place in the World Championship.
6, I think, was my highest. 6, yeah. Here we go then for a lap around Suzuka circuit. Into turn 1, just dab the brakes, get ready for turn 2, which tightens up quite a bit down through the gearbox. Get on the gas nice and early, use the exit curb. Beautiful. Into the first of the corners, into the S's, a left, then a right, hug the curb on the inside, keep a little bit to the right so that the left-hander isn't quite as tight, and then the same for this right-hander here as well. Getting ready for the very, very tricky Dunlop curb. You can see the leader keeps as far over to the left for this Dunlop, carries as much speed as he possibly can through there. He's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. He's not going to get that before Degner, is he? He's having a little look, but just bumps the curb over there through Degner 2. He's going to have to be very patient. He's got a huge gap. He doesn't need to push it right this second. Out of Degner 2, the speed difference clear there in the GT3. He's got a Mustang on the inside of the hairpin, brakes hard for the hairpin. He's going to go around the outside of this C-Spec rough. No, he doesn't. C-Spec gets a good exit out of there actually, but moves nicely out of the way for I can't remember for the life of me what they actually call this. It's like something R, isn't it, around here?
I don't know if this has a name, but yep.
I'm sure it's like 210R or something crazy like that, but interspoon curve, using the curbs there as well. Adverse camber around here, pushes the car wide. Very, very tricky around there, but gets the power down nice and early. This McLaren looks like it's on rails, I have to say. Great lap. Here we're coming through 130R. We're almost done into the heavy braking of
just a downshift.
Yeah, that's it. Just a downshift. Heavy braking into the chicane. Just misses the apex a little bit there. Actually, it was a pretty good lap up until there. I dare say we're still going to be a reasonable lap time even with that traffic.
His last lap was a 59.4, 2:01.3 that time, but yeah, he did get held up quite a bit in the middle sector. So still a great lap, and it really shows, Alex, that this is such a challenging track. But that McLaren looking and sounding really good. I noticed the braking was exceptionally good.
Feeds around.
Absolutely.
Weed's around, is he?
Yeah, he is. He's just
Jan-Philippe Weed's gone off, and also I just noticed that Frank von Borstel had a moment as well at the spoon curve, almost an identical mistake. So also it seems like the accidents, Adam, are coming in bunches here.
Well, we was watching the season, the first round of the season back at Suzuka, and that, in the early minutes of the race, that corner did prove quite tricky for the BMW. So I think it's catching all of these guys by surprise, and we saw that manic lap around about 15 minutes into the race where Simon Povey got involved in about 3 incidents. And it shows you that even though the GT3 cars are heavily fitted with assists to help you control the car.
Guys, our leader has just felt sure for a moment. No, sorry, somebody else has got a throughput error there. I just had a massive panic on my hand there, thinking we'd have another leader just disconnect. But
it was the second place rough, though, I think. Bachelega. P&D Racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, P&D disconnect. So yeah, it's not good if you don't want to be up front in the rough class this race. It just seen a lot of disconnects. Also worth pointing out, we had a whole gaggle of Kias come in to pit that last lap as well. So we'll try and keep apprised of
including the
what's
leader.
Going on there. Yeah, Baker into the car for Cats as well.
So they have lost the lead in the class, but that's solely because of the pit stop, I believe. They've lost the lead to...
Newman hasn't pitted yet, so...
Oh, Nieves.
Baker's in the pits.
Nieves has come out, though. Hold on. Let me just work that out.
Almost a lap.
Oh, no, Phoenix are quite a way down, aren't they?
Yeah, they're almost a lap back, so...
David Baker now getting into the car Kart, a British sim racer, touring car champion, as well as Andreas Katz. So they got strong touring car pedigree in that
Good
team.
all-star lineup there. I mean, we go on about it every time, and everyone must get sick of us talking about it. But a very, very strong lineup indeed. But one that we're, you know, we're becoming less and less surprised by every single time is the Dream Factory McLaren, who are 43 seconds ahead. They're easily going to lap everyone, Alex, at this pace. And these two drivers from Spain, well, from the Iberian Peninsula at least, looking very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. I mean, I think you're right. Maybe 1 or 2 laps by the time this race is over and done with. There's nothing more you can say, really. Just class of their own at the moment. I was actually just about to put a lap on a good little battle that's going on between a couple of the Mustangs out there as well. So Martin Robler and Jakob Lemon there as well.
Baker's pit stop just incidentally was 1 minute 40 seconds. Is that usually a typical pit stop time for the Kias, Andrew?
How long? Sorry, I missed the number.
1 minute 44 it was, wasn't it?
That's a long one.
No,
104
sorry,
seconds, and actually Trendle's got in front of him. If you look, Trendle's coming through the S's now, about 6-7 seconds up the road from Baker. So
Long
Baker and Katz pitted later, but yeah, not sure what that was about. And we've actually got a Kia off there. Who's that? That's Eduardo in the 8 or 80 white Kia there.
The white car, that was the one that was that's the one that spun off into the fence in the first sector earlier on. Guys, we're going to be joined by a special guest. It's our RaceSpot commentary colleague Paul Smith, who's joining us now. Paul, welcome to the booth again, my friend.
Hello, Andrew.
Hello, mate. How's the voice going?
It's surviving. It's not great. It's not strong, but I won't be able to do a broadcast, that's for sure.
Come on then, what happened?
Lots of things happened. The Kias happened. Basically, the first. Oh god, I'm just watching Ash just losing control a bit. Yeah, the first couple laps in with them, the the Phoenix Motorsports car hit us into the chicane, the final chicane. That bent the car a bit, and I was crabbing.
So the rear suspension was looking a bit
used, yeah.
A bit used, yeah.
So I was managing to keep sort of relatively good times. I was only about a second off my my top times. Then I got hit by the SimRC.de car going into the first corner, so that bent the steering.
Oh.
So that whole right side was just a wreck. We were managing to keep going though. We then had got a little bit more contact a bit further on, and then
What happened at the hairpin then? Was that SimRC that did that?
No, that was alongside Phoenix Motorsports, and it's a bit my fault really. I should have backed out a bit because it just understeered. You know, obviously with the damage, it wasn't quite as sharp, and just understeered onto the grass, and that was it. I lost control and into the wall, and that car was just undrivable. Then I tried to get it back to the pits, but it was just a wreck.
Ashley Blake Hood's in that car now. It's pretty second hand. Think he can manage to do anything decent with it? Can you get that? Can you get most of that damage repaired for your second stint?
We've done all the repairs that we can do. We was in the pits for 12 minutes.
You didn't have a big enough hammer, it looks like.
No. We needed a biggish fella to just push down the bonnet a bit, I think. Yeah, it's a bit second hand now. It's not going back on the forecourt, that's for sure. But yeah, we're just going to run now. Hopefully others have incidents. Not naming any teams. Phoenix.
But you can still pick up some good points. Alex, anything for Paul? No, Adam?
Yeah, no, I was just having a look at lap times actually. 2 minutes 7s. Looks like Ashley's actually lapping pretty decent out there. You're right. I think to get some points, you're going to need some drivers to have some incidents that are going to put them into the pits for a lap or so. But Ash still got reasonable pace out there. Car might look a bit damaged, but yeah, he's doing a decent job out there.
Yeah, he's certainly he's the stronger of the team, that's for sure. Because we know that Ash is rapid. So, you know, he is a good driver, is Ash. So I'm glad that he turned up because unfortunately Rusty wasn't available. So thanks to Ash for jumping in at the last minute.
Are you thinking of doing the next VLN race as well? I think you mentioned that you were out for a couple of months from commentary.
We'll see how I am. I've got to see a specialist about my voice. So yeah.
Right. Adam, we got anything for our colleague here?
Well, I was just going to ask, how hard is it to race with the likes of Katz and Baker, 2 BSRTC champions in the car Chicago? Is it as difficult as we see every Thursday, or the fact that there's extra cars in the field with the mixed class aspects, does it help you get a little bit closer to them?
I mean, to be honest, Dave Baker and Andreas Katz are just another level in terms of pace. I mean, those two, they're pretty similar in terms of pace, so that's helping them a lot to get away. Whereas with other teams, there may be sort of like one driver who's stronger than the other. That's certainly the case with our team. But yeah, it's tough. But I mean, having the traffic around with Suzuka, especially being a narrow track, it is a bit more difficult. You've got to be a bit more patient with traffic, which is what we were trying to do. So hopefully we can carry it on and get a good result.
All right, mate. We'll leave you to it, and thanks for joining us in the booth again. And hopefully we might speak to you later on.
Yeah, you might do. Take care.
All right, mate. Take care.
Battle for second place in the roof category, and that is between Ralph Lewandowski and Mathieu Boyset. These two have been practically inseparable throughout the entire race, and now they've got BMW trying to split them as they head into the chicane, and it's going to, oh my word, 3 wide, and that's going to allow Lewandowski to come under pressure from the 31 car, and he's just able to stay on in front. How on earth did that not end up in disaster? 3 wide into the chicane.
I just say that SRE car, the roof there, that looks absolutely gorgeous. So whoever done that livery just...
Oh, we're going to go 4 wide into turn 1. Good grief! It's still looking gorgeous because it hasn't hit anything yet.
Yeah.
But it was under a lot of danger there. But the Canard PC managed to go through.
Yeah, so opportunities to move and got past. They've been waiting for a while to get by, but yeah, I was just saying, whoever did that livery, stand up and take a bow, son, because that is awesome.
The McLaren has dropped down to 4th on my timing screen, and is continuing to drop back. However, I don't know whether that's just because I've got a dodgy signal, but he's now being shown as 6th. I don't know whether is he carrying on?
Who? Sorry?
The race leader.
No,
he's back now. There he is.
Yeah, still showing us as leads. So yeah, dodgy connection. That's twice we've had panic stations, I think.
There's a lot of high pings. There's a lot of high pings in this race, of over 150, and our leader's one of them. So yeah, it's not surprising that we might see a couple of internet issues. I think it's a US server, this, isn't it? So, and there's very few American drivers, I think, in the race. There's only 2 American drivers in the cars at the moment. That's Ryan Huff and Mike Young, I believe, the only Americans. Most of these, Diach actually quite a large presence, Alex, here.
Yeah, it's a good mixture actually. It's good to see, and I just think the VLN's so diverse with as a series. Do you know what I mean? Everybody from all over the place wants to come and have a little play.
Yep, the leader goes a bit wide at Dagnall 1. Only half a second now separating Frank van Borstel and Jari Stark, as Van Borstel has a little look into 130R, but that sets him back a massive amount. He couldn't get on the racing line there, Adam, because of the lap traffic, and that's lost him over half a second.
Well, 1.1 he's behind now. Sorry, Adam.
Yeah, his run was so poor through 130R that the Kia actually got a run on him. So 1.1 seconds the gap was. It was about 3/10 of a second before we got there. So
I think he worked about 5 laps to get that gap, didn't he? And he gets back up to the back of Jari Stark, and now, unfortunately, is one of the roughs coming out of the pits very slowly. Carlos Donati, Flowrider's car.
Yeah, he was in
very
for
pedestrian-like.
Quite some time as well. So about a minute 50 seconds there. So got some big time damage on the front right there. So I'm not sure what happened to him, but it's dropped him way down to 26 overall. So yeah, struggling for sure.
Very close, Alex, to the first round of pit stops. We are actually very close now for the leading cars, and you know, we've seen that can throw up some interesting situations, and you know, driver changes. Do you repair damage? Do you not? Do you take? Of course, you'll take tyres, but you know, all the various permutations. It's something to think about, isn't it, in a race like this?
Yeah, one thing certainly for our leaders in the Dream Factory, McLaren out there, is they can afford to do absolutely everything. If they've got any kind of damage, they can get that repaired. They'll take tyres, they'll fill the car up, they'll probably do a driver swap. So they've got such a lead out there. They just don't need to rush or make any mistakes or anything else like that. So that's, yeah, when you've got that kind of a lead, it just makes your choices in your pit stop so much easier.
Yep. We say, Adam, all the time, don't we, about, you know, even in our team racing touring cars, is that, you know, pit stops are the key. You know, you've got to get a good entry, got to get a good outlap, and but even just taking a couple of extra seconds for the leaders, especially in a race like this, to make sure everything's checked, all the boxes are ticked, your black box is all sorted out. It's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes that can almost work to your disadvantage. I remember back at Donington, the Apex racing car was in a class of 1, not as much as the McLaren is today. However, they had a pit stop and it went very long indeed, and it just allowed the other guys to get the advantage of them, and they couldn't get it back. So while Dream Factory can afford to take their time and do what they want, they just make sure that it is just a routine pit stop, make sure that nothing bizarre happens, and they can continue to have this 51-second lead that they've now got at the moment.
They definitely built that lead up organically, Alex, but some of that lead was definitely given to them by a lot of the carnage we saw about half an hour ago. Yeah,
exactly. That two laps of just pure craziness where drivers were going off left, right and centre, and lots of crashes in front of the GT3s. Like you say, probably give them about 10 or 15 additional seconds, but yeah, they've been very, very quick. Consistently 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap faster, and some laps as much as like 2 or 3 seconds with the traffic. They seem to be managing the traffic better than everybody else as well.
Sven Beckman in the roof, and he's now been replaced by Björn Lada in the SRE VLN-2 car. He's just making his first pit stop of the race. He's the highest person in the field at the moment to make their stop.
Do you think that the cooler conditions, Adam, may be causing some of these accidents? Maybe some of the guys. I mean, is it possible that they haven't warmed the tyres up sufficiently, or I don't know, the heavy fuel is causing it, maybe?
Yeah, it's hard to say, because you'd think overcast conditions, the cool temperatures would make it ideal conditions for racing. However, it seems to look like it hasn't done that, and we're occasionally seeing the odd driver get caught out in all of the classes tonight. So it shows you that all of them are struggling. As I was just watching Simon Povey try and get past the roof that was emerging from the pits. He's now back up to second place after his manic lap or two earlier in the race. So back up to second place. However, he's 51 seconds behind and has got a 4-second gap back to Corson Racing VLN.
Just point out that the lead battle in the Mustangs is getting a bit tasty right now, as actually Mike Young gets a little bit sideways. So that's car number 21 and 09 there.
And now the roofs are battling once again. Lowanowski and
got past Boisset.
Yeah, Boisset. So the Mustangs having a say in that, and they were side by side into turn 1 once again, but Boisset just able to hold on to his lead. He was able to get a few laps to go. However, Lowanowski was pretty close to getting it back there.
That was the old Ricardo Tonta shuffle, wasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, exactly.
It nearly worked for Lowanowski, but that beautiful livery is actually fantastically painted, and like you said, bravo to them, because it looks great, especially in these overcast conditions. It almost looks a bit matte, a bit of a matte effect going on. Really
Yari Stark's into the pits. It says on my time screen for the second time today. However, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, just the first one that I'm seeing. So yeah, looks like a fairly long stop. Let's just see.
Double stinting as well.
How long it all takes? Yeah.
There's also a quite knackered main PC Mustang in the pits behind it as well. Looks like that's seen better days. I'm not sure which one that is.
I was just having a little look at as Yari's away 56.1 seconds. So yeah.
Good pit stop.
Yeah, new boots and and full tank of fuel, I'm sure there. But I was just looking at the weather conditions, because like you were touching on earlier, it's very unusual for the cold track to cause the guys any problem. I mean, you just up the pressures a click or two, and you know, you're normally absolutely fine after 1 or 2 laps. And when we saw all that carnage, it was quite a way in. But what is interesting is it is quite gusty out there, and those gusts of wind can just have a little bit of effect. You get a little bit of push, a little bit of oversteer or understeer, and you know, just at the wrong time, and it causes a huge crash.
Well, we're just coming up on the 1 hour mark then in this Spirit of VLN race here at Suzuka International Racing Course. The Dream Factory car 52 seconds ahead as with the Basel goes to the pit lane in the roof class between Loranowski and Boyset. They cross the pit lane speed limit line now, and now it's up to them to make sure that they get the 4 tyres and fuel and the driver changes done in
Ryan
the quickest possible time as well.
Ryan Huff's in as well, Adam.
So the Basel in the roof class has gone to the pit lane well and truly there. Ryan Huff already in the pits, and now who is going to emerge from it in the lead? I think Ryan Huff will probably emerge first. He's already made...
He should.
Yeah, it should.
He's handing over to Daniel Grote.
Yes, pit stop continuing.
And then Sebastian Scheiber is in the Sim Racing Eki car, and then Maxence Manadio in the Can-Am PC entry. So the French team in 3rd place. And also in the pits for Ford is Clark Duffy, Blackadder Motorsport 67 car.
Bernard's away first.
Yeah, miles away actually, Canard PC. So 3 or 4 second difference. That's a great pit stop from the French team.
Sebastian Scheib now taking over in the SRE VLN car, and he's now got a Mustang between him and his rival.
Colin Richards in the pits as well for A360. That's his first stop.
Yes, the Canard guys there were 38 second stop and just a 34 second stop for sorry, Canard were 34 seconds. There we go. Get that wrong way. And SRE were 38. So yeah, 4 seconds difference. That's quite a huge margin, especially considering they're the same car. You know, I can understand the large gap if it was perhaps a different car, needed a bit more fuel in there, or a bit slower putting it in, bigger tanks, whatnot. But yeah, all of a sudden that might just give Canard the gap that they need to try and actually build and break away.
Nico Van Elk is the leader of the roof class now. He's still yet to make his first pit stop of the event, just heading out of Spoon Curve now down the long straight, and I wonder if this will be the lap where he makes his first pit stop of the event, just working his way around those 2 battling Mustangs who are inseparable as always.
Bit Speed Endurance having a good race for Roof. Yeah, look at Tom Ward battling with Mike Young. Those 2 are very closely matched, just a couple of tenths of a second a lap between them. And looking at the lap times recently, the same thing has pretty much come to the fore, Alex. Very, very close.
Yeah, I wonder if Mike's just being patient. He doesn't... it just looks as if he knows he's a very similar pace to Tom. He knows there's no point in diving up the front. Right now, he's just letting Tom, you know, get the traffic... Well, he's not getting the traffic out of the way. They're the slowest class, aren't they? Actually, he's having to do all the hard work, Mike. So, yeah, I'm surprised he's not trying to go for a move.
Did you see that? Ward had a massive sideways slide coming out of turn 2 and very nearly gave the lead away, just as you said it, Alex.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite surprised Young hasn't gone for tried to make a move. There's a couple of times he's been really close and hasn't done anything with it. So, but yeah, here we go. Some more traffic to deal with. The trouble of being the slowest car out there, really.
That looked pretty close through Dunlop. Tim Classens there threading the needle. NEPK Racing, who having to fight back from a disconnection. They are now down in 7th place in the category. There's still time for them, Adam, to come back though. There's a long way to go.
Anything can happen in sim racing. We're only 1 hour into the race, and anything can happen in endurance racing. We see so many times in the world endurance.
I may as well finish that for you.
Yeah, one Murrayism down already. Tim Classens then, all on his own really, because he's got 2 Kia Optimas in between him and his roof race mates as you were in his class. He's 3 laps down at the moment. And yeah, oh, we've got a GT3 car, and Frank van Bostrel has just entered the pits. Will it be a driver change? I think he'll probably be double distancing as well.
Marty Jeffries is in for SRN in the Kia, and Alexander Pratt is in for Arcadia as well. I think he will hand over to Lucas Schiller.
Sasha Raab taking over, in fact, from Bostrel.
Yep.
Let's just see what the pit time's going to be for them. Is that the leader in? The leader's in as well. He's practically a lap ahead of them, so he can afford to take his time as well. Will he be handing over to one of his teammates in the Dream Factory car?
We'll see that in a second. Simon Trendle leads the Kia category for Team Chimera, 208.5 that last time by. Dave Baker, 207.9. So 0.6 of a second quicker, but Chimera with that great pit stop, Alex, putting themselves in a good position. Just over an hour gone.
Yeah, long way to go, but yeah, they'll be happy with that.
56 seconds then for Raab, and he's back on his way. 55 for... Yeah, so that seems to be the normal pit time in the championship, as Jari Stark did a 55.3 earlier, so just under a minute these pit times. Let's see what the McLaren does.
RC UK in as well?
Yeah, RC UK in as well. Alberto van Blauer-Astos still in the McLaren though.
And then he comes out.
Yep, 55 seconds for him as well.
I actually just quickly jumped and took a look at the gap, how that's been progressing with Chimera and Karcher, and actually Baker's got that gap down from 8.8 seconds since the pit stop down to 2.2. So we're going to have a race lead battle any moment, I think. Give it 2 or 3 laps maybe. Last lap was 2.2 seconds quicker, so
yeah, big difference there. Lucas Seeler is back into the Arcadia Racing BMW as well in 7th place. Jari Stark looks like he's down to... Oh no, he's still 7th, I think, actually. I think Sheila's gone down to 8th.
Whole host of GTs into the pits as well. Just the last few guys now, just made it beyond the hour mark, so...
So out comes Darren Viro, right?
Yep.
Mike Paluch in 3rd in the Course and Racing VLN car. Jan Philippe still, is he double stinting as well? So quite a few of the GT3 cars double stinting. We've got the McLaren that is leading, we've got we've got Jari Stark as well. So 3 of them deciding to go at it. Obviously they see nothing wrong with their driving at the moment, and obviously they've got the stamina to do another hour of racing.
Yeah, another couple of driver changes to tell you about. Uwe Langer is in the P1 TV Motorsport number 38 car. Steve Richardson's taken over from Ellis Stevens in the 42 PowerMax car. Stephen Burke has taken over the British Sim Racers car from Pete Newman. Marcos Jimenez is still in the APVU racing team here. He's been in that for the whole race. And out of the pits comes Uwe Langer, P1 TV. And he is, and again, that Canard PC and Sim Racing Eke battle still going on. And with that, we will take this time to have a little commercial break. Just over an hour gone here at Suzuka Circuit. So we'll catch you back in a few minutes here on RaceSpotTV, the home of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check.
We're back here with live action from Suzuka Circuit in the spirit of VLN-series, and it's on your screen is the battle for second place in the rough category. Two C-specs of the Canon PC number 31 entry, Maxence Manadio, and the 75 Sim Racing Eki car of Sebastian Scheiber going at it hammer and tongs, Adam.
Fantastic battle unfolding just as we're coming back from commercial break. SRE VLN versus Canon PC Motorsport as they head down the front straight, and at the moment it is that beautiful pink looking car just in front as they head their way down into the first corner. An hour and 15 minutes already in the books, and the Dream Factory car 1 minute and 3 seconds continuing to stretch out that advantage over the rest of the GT3 field.
Yep, round 4 out of 6, the spirit of VLN-series. Suzuka Circuit in Japan. Andrew Woodhouse, Adam Bath, Alex Simpson with you here on RaceSpotTV. Great to have you with us live, of course, on this Saturday evening. Alex Simpson, World Championship driver, joins us as usual. Alex, great first hour, really hectic actually, and hopefully more of the same as it looks like. Manadio's coming under a lot of pressure.
I unmute myself, then you guys will be able to hear me. But yeah, what a great first hour actually we've had. So we've had some awesome battles throughout the field, and you know, in some of the different classes as well. The lead's really open, so I think this is going to go down to the wire. And you know, we've had some moments, we've had some carnage as well, just to spice it up a little bit. And yeah, it's been really good.
Now we've got Scheiber, Adam, trying to force a way through on the run up to Spoon Curve. He's not going to be close enough there. It's almost impossible to overtake in the first part of that left-hander.
Yeah, Spoon Curve, very hard to get done. You've really got to be alongside and have the move done before you even get to the corner to get it done. And they're still racing hard as they head down towards 130R.
There's not enough room to go 3 wide there, but there might not be enough room, Alex, to do a move on the inside of 130R.
No, he's alongside though enough. I would think that yes, indeed, the just gets given the room there. It just makes sense. It's just too risky to have ended your race pretty much there, trying to force a 2 wide situation through 130R.
Yeah, Sebastian, like you said, far enough alongside to make Manadio sort of think better of that. He's actually gained quite a bit of time by doing so, Sebastian Schreiber. Next car behind them is Bit Speed Endurance. They're just coming into the Casio Triangle with Donatas Kasparovicius there, and well, that nice Toto liveried car going along pretty nicely. Adam, the Lithuanian driver, going well.
Yeah, just working his way around the Mustangs now as he heads down the front straight, as finally the lag issues end on my end, and he's now currently sitting in 12th place overall. Canard PC, though, they are having a great battle with SRE VLN. However, who's that battling? It is Bjorn Baldwin in 8 or 80 versus Stephen Burke. This is a battle for third place as the British Sim Racers car gets way out of shape there for the final part of the S's, and this is a great battle unfolding for third place.
And while we were away as well, Tim Klassen's disconnected again.
Yeah.
It's a horrible day for not enough PK racing and that rough there, which has been so strong for most of this season and last.
I'll be surprised actually if they bring that car back on track. I mean, I know things can happen in these endurance races. You can pick up places, but when you've had one disconnect, it gets very frustrating, and you can, fair play to the drivers that carry on, but the second one really does just absolutely kill it for you. So we'll see.
What do you make of Steve Burke's performance so far, Alex? Third. He's trying to close that gap to Chimera and to Karcher. It's going to be very difficult, though, as those two actually ride together. As Karcher have taken the lead over Chimera now.
Not quite got the pace of his teammate Pete Newman there, as well as Burke, and just lapping about a second lap slower now than the leaders as well. So it's going to be a tall order for him. He's going to need to have some sort of issue between those two drivers or those two teams up front if he's going to get back up there. But yeah, Pete Newman, Steve Burke, I'm sure they will they'll be there or thereabouts at the end of the race. Let's just see what happens. But yeah, just touching back on what you were saying a moment ago, Andrew, yes, Simon Trindle not being able to hold off Karcher. That just goes to show the pace that both Baker and Katz have got. I mean, Katz pulled a lead going into it. They quite a bit slower, some 10 seconds slower in the pits, and they've managed to catch back up as Baker and get himself back into the lead. So very, very quick, and as we all full well know, and about to go a further lap down as the Dream Factory team comes around the outside of those two.
And the lead for Dream Factory, Adam Bath, is now 75 seconds.
Yeah, getting up to nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds over the course of Racing VLN car. Have we really seen a level of dominance so far this season in the main GT3 category? No. So yeah, the Dream Factory, I don't know if it's just the updates to the iRacing build, but the McLaren MP412C has definitely got the advantage here tonight.
Alex, you mentioned last week when we were chatting away was that there were a few different changes to the tyre model and subtle changes that affected the way the car's set up slightly.
Yeah, well, some of the cars are still on V5 tyre model and some are on V6, and I think that's changed it a little bit. And I know the difference between the BMW of course have got this new chassis flex as well, and but the McLaren hasn't. So I don't know if that's an advantage or not. As Chimera comes into the pits.
What I will, the overcast conditions as well. We never know. Could be helping the McLaren as well. We just do not know because there's no other McLarens. We can't tell whether Dream Factory are just doing a great job or whether the car is superior. We will not know probably until the next round at Road America, Adam, as to truly the pace relatively of these GT3 cars. But having said that, just quickly, the cars behind Corsim Racing and RC UK, they're not slow drivers. Claudio Klima was in the Corsim Racing car and he's been a front runner, Adam. So I'm pretty sure that the car has something to do with it at least.
Yeah, because I was watching the Suzuka race back from the beginning of the season, and there were quite a few McLaren MP412Cs racing there as well. So interesting to see where they have gone, and we might see them back the next time we're racing, due to the fact that the only McLaren in this race has got a 1.5 minute lead over the rest of the field. But that doesn't mean there's a shortage of racing in that class. The BMW's really having a good battle, and we saw in the opening hours some carnage ensuing with the Aussie UK car. So great battles unfolding in the GT3 class, despite the McLaren having such a huge advantage.
Great battle again for, well, it was a great battle happening for P16. Well, it's for P16 and 17 now. Stephen Burke and Julian Baldrin. And Alex Steve Burke, British Sim Racers driver again. You know, he's got experience, maybe not so much on the full course here at Suzuka though.
Yeah, of course, on that series on the Thursday night they normally run the shorter, I think it's, do they call it the East version? But
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but Alvin Neves there as well, catching in on these two. So we're gonna have a 3-car battle in no time. So yeah, Burke doing a good job, but currently sat in second place, of course, because we've had the pit stops. But yeah, he just can't seem to break away. These three all lapping very, very similar pace.
Alex, I was going to ask you earlier on, we did go for the onboard lap of the Suzuka circuit with Alistair Ross, and I know you've had success here. What is it about this track? What do you love so much about Suzuka? I know it's pretty much your favourite, maybe apart from Silverstone.
No, I think I'd put this above Silverstone, actually. Maybe not when we get the new Silverstone layout, but certainly, yeah, this one I absolutely love. It's really hard to pinpoint. I mean, sorry, I'm still watching this Kia battle, and it's getting very tasty as they've got a couple of cars in and around them right now. So quicker rough coming through. That's the Carnard car going through, and actually all but Burke pit there as well. So straight on fight here for in the pits. But yeah, it just has a bit of everything, you know. That the first sector through the S's, that's just such a great thing to drive, you know. There's not many circuits that has that. I mean, many a track have tried to simulate it and they just fail miserably. And you know, the Dunlop curve, that's just so, you know, just to nail that, it's really, really difficult. And then in cars that can take it flat out as well, the feeling when you absolutely get it perfect. You've also got some slow speed stuff as well, some undulations, the figure of 8. I mean, this when you
130R.
Yeah, exactly. When you scream underneath the bridge or whatnot, and you can hear the cars as well. You know, that's quite an awesome sensation too. So, but yeah, it just has a great mix of fast flowing corners, medium, high, slow, everything. And you know, I think you do have the ability to overtake some circuits as well. It's really difficult, and especially normally when you have them, they're sort of fast and flow, it's really hard to overtake. But it has got a great mix here, and you can get moves done. But it is quite hard to do them, so you have to be really, really push hard. So yeah, it's hard to pinpoint one thing. There's just so many different things that make it what it is.
What is it here that suits your particular driving style and makes you go so fast around here personally?
Yeah, I couldn't really say. I mean, I like the circuits that, you know, the sort of the medium to high speed circuits, and for the most part, that's Suzuka. I mean, we do have the hairpin, but it's one of the few hairpins and the chicane actually that I've never really struggled with. Slow speed, definitely not my favourite thing.
Unless you're at Monaco.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
For some reason, you can do Monaco. As there's a battle actually on the track, just to cut you off quickly, for P7 and P8, I think we can get a load of this. Uwe Langer actually he's looking to, he might lose a position to Sheila here.
Yeah, very close there. And so I'm just trying to find him on my screen. Yeah, very close indeed. They're heading down towards the spoon curve now. Mustangs everywhere and a roof as well. Langer trying to get past the roof there, and Ciesler in the 8th position in the Arcadia racing car. They were pretty close. They're going through spoon curve. However, the P1 TV Motorsport VLN number 1 car's just been able to put the legs on him down the straight as they head down through to 130R. But we have seen cars get good runs through here and set them up through the Casio chicane. Have they got any traffic in front of them? That's the question. It's pretty clean track in front of them.
130R, Alex, we've seen a few times during this race car with even a slightly tightened line just loses so much time through there. It's one of those corners that is, you know, it's very, very fast when you're on the right line, but slightly off it, and it's horribly tight.
Yeah, exactly, and it's no wonder it was reprofiled.
Just look at him. Look at Sealer.
It was, yeah, it was reprofiled a few years back after that huge crash we saw, and you know, I think you can afford to be a little bit tighter now and run off wide, but it still does slow you up quite a bit. But it's not as deadly as it used to be, for sure.
Was that after the Alan McNish one? Was
McNish, yeah.
2002. And the battle is now intensified between these two. Now they're heading through Dunlop curve, this long left-hander heading down towards Degner, and Langer's having to defend the inside line, and whoa, they nearly go off, and in fact Ciesla does go off in the Arcadia Racing team. Doesn't lose too much though, just 0.4 of a second, and I'm sure he's going to be right with him again as they're coming up on the lap traffic in front of them, which is Jamie Wilson in the Team Chimera Kia Optima as they head through the hairpin.
Adam, did you see how Uwe Langer just threw that BMW into Degner 1? One of the highest speed corners on the course.
Commitment and a half right there, and it certainly frightened Arcadia Racing
and he made
off the course. And he made it, and they're going to now get past the Kia Optima cleanly, and now through to Spoon Curve. And great battle unfolding here, but Langer's just holding on now, but he's going to have a compromise line through the second part of Spoon Curve, and I think that's going to give the run to Ciesla. It's all about this run down the straight into 130R now.
Yeah, Lucas right in the slipstream, right underneath. Sorry, I muted myself halfway through saying that. Right underneath the rear wing of Ciesla. And of Langer, sorry, apologies. And Ciesla goes through in 130R with a nice move.
Yeah, got a great run out of Spoon there, and that's really where it's all done. There's really two key overtaking places, and you know, 130R that can sometimes lead into the chicane and then into turn one as well if you get the chicane just a little bit wrong.
Back in the pits, and he's now handed back over to Andreas Katz.
Of course, the Casio Triangle, Adam, one of the most iconic corners in Formula 1 for some of the wrong reasons, really, in a way.
Yeah, I think it was 2004 where David Coulthard and Rubens Barrichello came together, and yeah, two guys at the top of their game in Formula 1 at that point, and even they ended up having collisions, and even Michael Schumacher had his problems.
I was thinking Prost and Senna,
and yeah,
more than Coulthard and Barrichello, but that's valid anyway. Raikkonen and Alesi had a massive one there.
I'll just say it, that's a huge stop again for the Karcher guys. I don't know what they're doing.
2 minutes.
That makes them so slow. 2 minutes 4. So
that's really weird.
Yeah.
Because that's the SimRC.de Junior Club car, and that's for position, isn't it?
Yeah, look where Jamie Wilson is in the Team Chimera. He's coming up to the hairpin.
Even Burke is now leading this
and Wilson's been in the pits, hasn't he?
Yeah, they've had their pits, so...
I mean, it can't be a strategy thing, because...
They're just throwing this... I mean, they've gone a lot longer, admittedly, but they're just throwing this race away, surely. I mean... Are they filling it up all the way? Is that what they're trying to do? Are they trying to go for one less stop?
Somebody's been off at Dunlop. I'm really not sure who that is, but I saw a great big trail of like gravel dust and smoke and everything. Don't know who that was, but somebody went off.
I'm guessing Katz and Baker know something we don't know, because it seems odd that they would keep making these kind of mistakes going into the pits. I mean, what kind of speed would you have had to have gone through to have got a 60-second or a 40-second stop and hold, you know?
Unless there's a stop and go penalty they've picked up on the track somewhere. But they wouldn't have. But Katz and Baker aren't stupid enough, to be honest, to do two.
No.
We'll have to check it out, but yeah, it's an odd one. We'll keep an eye on their next pit stop. Looking at the scrap for the lead of the Mustang class is actually spread out quite a lot now. It's James Thursby in the SRN car, and Tom Ward stayed in the friction racing car. Was that the driver change, Adam, that maybe lost SRN quite a few seconds?
Most likely, yeah, but however, the work continues on the car whilst these guys are having their driver changes done, so we wouldn't expect us to have that much of a deficit. Maybe it's just the different driving styles. However, there is a good battle in the roof class at the moment between Donatas Kasper Vicus in the Bitspeed Endurance car, and now battling with Maxine Manadeo in the Canard PC Motorsport cars. They head their way down through to 130R, 0.3 of a second between them as they head through this long left-hander. Now turning in goes the Canard PC Motorsports car, and he's just got just a bit of an advantage. However, it is officially the closest battle we've got on track at the moment, 0.8 of a second separating them at the moment.
I can tell you what the closest battle on the track is, and it's actually the one behind them. Stephen Burke and Julian Baldwin. Actually, yeah. Burke pits now, and in fact, that may... I don't know if Baldwin's been in. I thought he had been in already. So
arseholes into the wall, big time.
Smith again.
Yeah, let's just have a look, see where that was.
Oh man, it's on the run to Spoon Curve.
Yeah,
he's been off already. What's he done? Oh, he's touched the grass with the rear wheels. Tries to catch it, misses the first wall, hits the second one hard. A spectacular crash for our commentary colleague.
It's carrying on though.
Do it in style.
And he comes back on the track early to avoid what might actually be a disqualification if you go that far off the track. And we got a replay of that, I believe. Oh, the replay didn't catch that, so unfortunately we didn't see it. But Smith was off massively in the run between, like you said, 270R or whatever it's called, down there, and into the pits.
We're going to have to find out what that's called.
The Yorkshireman is in, and he's probably quite unhappy. And I don't blame him, really. It's not been a good race for our souls. And
also, I just thought, sorry Andrew, just thought I'd quickly check as well. I've just gone and checked with SRM Motorsport to find out what happened in the pits, and actually their pit stop was only 1.6 seconds slower than Friction, so no issues in the pit there. It's just a bit of traffic, slightly slower pace from James has really released Tom Ward out there now.
Yeah, the last lap was 2 and a bit seconds difference. Ward 2:22.4, Thursby 2:24.7, following a 2:24.6. I think it's all traffic related that though, Alex, because he has been in the 22s, Thursby.
Yeah. 200R, by the way, it's called, guys.
200R, okay.
Yeah, there we go. I knew it was something in the 2s.
We've got it. I'm not sure why.
No,
no, it's the radius of the corner, isn't it? But yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense. It's the radius of the corner, isn't it? In degrees, I believe. There you go. 130R.
P6, P7 battling as well. Just 0.3 of a second between those two, coming into
battling once again, yeah, into the final
chicane.
Lucas Ciesla hasn't been able to shake off Sasha Raab. Only 0.1 second between them. Sorry, only 1 second between them.
Oh no, the leader's been involved in contact actually as well with the number 6 Kia, and that is APVU racing team, Marcos Jimenez.
Yeah, turn 2.
It was just a little tap, not really a lot in there.
Yeah, and being on the racing chat saying sorry. It's interesting because
it's coming up to that rough battle as well.
Yeah.
I think also, which has been shown on stream as well, there was our leader was going on the inside of, I think that was the BMW, which caught the Kia there as well, pushed the Kia into the wall, so big damage there. That's the 8 or 80 Kia there that's caught up in that, so that was at turn 1 as well. So that's probably where it all started, what you were talking about, sorry.
I'm just noticing, I love how the Canard PC rough has error 404 written on the top of it. I do like that. But they haven't made that many errors so far.
Another accident going on out there now as well. We should get a replay of that, I'm sure, in a second. That's 130R contact. Actually, just looks like one of the Kias. Who is that makes the mistake there? That's Frank there making the mistake in the Sim RC, the junior club car. Just gets himself out of shape through 130R, and then of course has the GT car of who is that?
Oh,
that's
Weed?
Weed, yeah, in the online sim race. So he's effectively his team. Is that his teammate? Effectively.
Oh, he just brakes on the grass,
Not
didn't
quite.
he? Though.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's crashed it. Poor old Jan-Philipp Weed. He just came flying past. He thought he'd done it, didn't he? He went to the inside, and then Hendrick slams into him. Weed goes flying off. Into the wall, and on the outside there, he just touched the grass with his rear wheel, Adam, and that was it for him.
Yeah, traction is a premium, and he didn't have plenty of it there.
On the front wheel drive car, if the rear loses any more grip, it's already not got a lot of grip. So
really, you should put your foot down and give it maximum power. But
I think he did, but I think there was a BMW in the way.
Yeah, that'd be
fortunately for him.
Pesky BMW.
So Weed's not out of the race. He's still going, but has he lost the place to RC UK? No, he hasn't. Actually,
no, he maintained.
So. Yeah. Do you think he'll be in the pits, or I mean, he doesn't look to have a great deal of damage. It was quite a hard shot.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He seems to be. Let's see what he does when he comes across the start-finish line. See what sort of lap times he's doing. If they're anything above sort of 2 minutes 6, then I expect he'll probably jump in the next lap. But if he's sort of 2-2, something like that, 2-3, then he'll just carry on about his business.
Continues for third place again in the roof class. The gap continues to yo-yo backwards and forwards between these two. However, at the moment, Casper Vasquez is right on the back of Sebastian of Maxence Manadeo as they head down through to 130R, and in front of them, is that a battle for BMWs? Yes, it is. Yari Stark and Darren Veo right. I don't know whether the RC UK car's lost a position, but it now means that Yari Stark is now through into fourth place. At the same time, the roofs are side by side into the chicane, so two great battles unfolding here, one in the GT3 category and one in the roof class as they head out of the chicane. And Casper Vakius has got a good run, I think, Andrew, and he's definitely shaping up the Canard car as they head into turn one. He's pulling out. Is he going to get the move done?
Yeah, the Lithuanian and the bit speed endurance car up the inside into turn one. Through one and into two, and Canard PC there, Manadio can't fight back on that one. Jan-Philipp Weed, incidentally, kept going and did a 2 minutes .8.
Yep, one of his better laps, so maybe the car's working a bit better now.
Have you straightened something out? Because 2 minutes, 2 minutes .8, it's pretty much what he was doing before he crashed, to be honest. So, not affecting him at all. They're built like a tank, that BMW Z4. I'll tell you what, Alex, we saw some of those when we watched the World Endurance live last season, and they sound great, don't they? They've got a rasping noise, those BMWs.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sound on iRacing externally does no favours to that car, because it was just amazing, deafening as well. Such a beautiful car, and sound is just awesome. Yeah, what we have to listen to is just it's pathetic in comparison.
The McLaren's pretty good on iRacing. It's got that nice
I think
growly
so,
noise.
I'm quite looking forward to the Aston GT3 because that was amazing.
Oh, that thing sounds. Yeah. I think our pants came off when that came past.
Yeah,
that's how nice. That's how nice. That sounded so good. That that thing's great. I mean, the GT1's been received really well, Adam, as well, hasn't it? The Aston Martin.
Good to see them racing in the GT1 class with the Corvette as well. So two great sounding cars in the GT1 category.
Well, the Corvette's massively angry sounding, isn't it?
I was, should we say, commentating on a different league earlier on, which had the GT1s in, and the combination of the pure rumble meanness of the Corvette and the high screaming note of the Aston just made for some amazing sound effects, actually. So
gonna have to watch that back later.
Yeah, definitely worth watching some watching some GT1 action. So splits have been awesome. Been some great racing since they've introduced the Aston, which is great to see as well. And it's also good to see that the GT3 hasn't suffered with participation, which some thought it might. That's still as popular as ever, which is great. So definitely building numbers on iRacing right now.
I think, I mean, Adam, you've taken up sort of the sports car racing this season, and I think if you like a car and if you're good at a car, you'll stay with it, won't you? Even if a new piece of content comes out, generally.
Yeah, of course. It all helps towards your participation credits, and if you participate in all the rounds, you do end up getting a little bit of money from iRacing for it, and most likely if you participate in all the events, you'll probably end up with a top finish in the standings as well. So there's all the reason to carry on racing in a championship, and at the moment in the RUF, in the Roof Cup, racing at Mosport at the moment, after doing pretty well at Montreal, I'd say. So doing well in the division.
Well, you won the division last week.
At Montreal, yeah, I was top of the standings. I don't think I'll be there now. I've still got to do my race at Mosport, so I'll be getting on that on Monday, I do believe, before we head to the next race on Tuesday.
We've got, just incidentally as well, we've got RC UK have actually dropped behind the number 69 main PC sim racing BMW. So Yari Stark has overtaken Darren Viro Wright, and currently well, he was 1 second a lap quicker last time. Let's see what it is this time. Can Darren manage to close in?
I think Darren's suffering with damage big time out there. I mean, just look at the state of that car. If we can get him up on screen at the moment, number 46 there. So
202.1 for
that left-hand side is just demolished really. So rear front fender there, and the skirting, the rear left totally exposed, rear left wing as well. So yeah, I mean, he did a 202.7, so you have to.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it comes back to your point about the car being like a tank. I mean, it's out there, it's still doing reasonable lap times, but
he's carved off the bodywork off the back of that, and it's still doing competitive lap times.
But yeah, just not as quick as what he was doing. Unfortunately, dropping back down the grid, and when Simon jumps back in the car, I hope they'll have a bit of repairs done. But yeah, Simon's going to have a hard job in pulling it back up towards the front.
So, Alex, this is my usual question to you, which I do ask you quite often. Dream Factory's 83 seconds ahead. What's it like to be that far ahead? And how do you stop yourself from throwing it in the fence?
Yeah, I mean, there's two mindsets.
You may not have been that far ahead for a while. I don't know, but that's a long way.
Yeah, some of the Indy races last season, we were close there as he runs a little wide. I would dare say they've got a little thing in their head right now where it says, right, we're going to lap everybody. You know, that's their goal, that's their target now. They've
nearly done it.
Yeah, they're leaping away, and you know, you can think, oh well, I'll just take it easy, and then you end up going too slow and get into a horrible rhythm that, you know, if something happens, like a crash or something like that, and you have to have a repair, you can't ever get back into the kind of pace you are. You sort of get settled into that slow speed. So you really need something to push yourself on. You know, some people will race against the clock. That can always be dangerous because you can put the car into the wall just chasing those 2 or 3 tenths. So
you know I do that.
Yeah.
Oh, he nearly goes off there, Ballesteros.
He knows we're talking about him. He can hear us.
That might be the racing against the clock bit there. But I remember, I mean, you know, me at Road America just a couple of months ago, I was doing exactly the same thing. You know, just the clock, every lap was faster and faster and faster, and eventually, you know, you run out of talent and you run out of the grip of the tyre, and off you go.
Yeah,
easy.
That's the thing. I think a good goal for those guys they're probably doing right now is their focus really will be to lap the field. So they'll keep on it until they do that. Then what they'll do after that, not going to take them too long. I mean, we're only we're not even 2 hours into the race, so 2 hours 15 left. So I reckon probably going to do that by about the 3 hour mark.
Well, once they've lapped everyone, they can have it stop for a cup of tea, Adam, I reckon.
Yeah, that's when motivation's going to be hard for them, I think. You know.
Jan-Philipp Weed is 1 minute 50 behind, and he's just heading his way through Spoon Curve now, so he's not too far away from getting himself lapped. And
Tell you
then
what,
only
though,
2 cars on the lead lap.
The lead came down by over a second that last lap because Mike Pallock in the Core Sim racing car did a 159.4,
It's the first time we've got the BMWs inside the 159s.
Which is his fastest lap on this stint, incidentally, is a 158.9. He's flying. I think that's the fastest lap of the race. I'm not 100% sure, but I will have a look. Oh no, Ballesteros did a 58.4, but still, that's the fastest lap we've seen for... Okay, Ballesteros did that actually 2 laps ago. The case is rested, I guess. And he's lapping some traffic now. Oh, and he's made contact with the Mustang, actually. The 68 car. Oh, Nelly Stevens is hit. Stevens Spantig. Spantig's off. Stevens carries on, but I hear some more contact.
Yeah, it's him hitting the outside.
What happened there? I wonder if we can get that on the screen, Hugo. 42 and...
68 car.
68. Have we got it?
Yep, we're getting a little replay of that up now.
So he makes 68, makes contact with... Oh, and Ellis just pulls out of behind the Karcher car. I don't think he could see the Mustang, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
And if he did see it, he didn't react to it.
No, he didn't react at all, did he? Just carries on.
Oh no, the Mustang braked.
Oh.
Was the Mustang thinking about going in the pit lane? Do you reckon? Do you reckon he was on the outside and he needs a pit stop badly?
Well, he's continued, so...
On board with Stevens, he was going round and he was going to take the outside line because he saw that... Oh, I don't know what he was doing. I think both of them. I'm not sure what either of them were doing, to be honest. Very strange accident, Adam.
There's all a result, really, of so many cars being bunched up together in the final chicane, and McLaren was very lucky not to sustain much damage at all, especially after running through the grass and the gravel. So he continues in his lead now, down to 1 minute 19 seconds. So Mike Pulich reducing the gap slowly but surely, but I think
you know, like Palak has got a very, very good car underneath him, and we've seen in previous races, you know, he is a very, very quick driver, one of the quickest in the entire field. And you know, they won last time out. Let's not forget, they did win at Spa-Francorchamps, the 6-hour race. So this one isn't over yet, because let's face it, we don't know necessarily. We haven't seen Raul Diago for quite a while, so we don't know exactly the pace he's going to have, Alex.
The thing is with these endurance races, it only takes one accident for the leader to get caught up in. It's not his own fault, it's a crash in front of him, he's got nowhere to go. You know, damaged front end, he's limping around 3 or 4 seconds of that slower. Does he pit in and get 30 seconds worth of repairs done? Does he try and carry on knowing he's got such a huge lead? Anything can happen now, and we've seen this in previous rounds as well as other endurance series as well. So yeah, it's all very well us saying, oh, you know, they're trying to struggle for motivation because so far out. One little slip up and they were really close to an incident there that could have caught them up, and we saw just about sort of 10 minutes ago as well, they were really wide, and you know, they were lucky. So yeah, you're gonna have to be careful for sure.
I think there is a tiny bit of front left damage as well on that McLaren now. So, I mean, is that going to be affecting him? Probably not massively, Adam, but I reckon it's something to think about, isn't it? That tyre's exposed now, so the aero's not going to be as good.
Yeah, it's not going to be, and also bad news for those of you watching the Canard PC Motorsports involved in some sort of incident. They're now in the pits. I'm just rewinding back to see what happened, but oh, they had a crash quite a while ago. It was on the way down to Superve, and now they're in the pits, and they've been in the pits for quite some time now. So shame for Canard PC Motorsports and Maxence Manadeo. Just looking back to see what happened. Oh, it was contact with one of the GT3 BMWs. So.
And what's worse, actually, I don't know if you've gone on a little bit further, actually, seen what's happened. They were limping back towards the pits trying to get their car repaired. And they've stayed out wide through 130, and one of the Kias has come steaming into the corner and just absolutely smashed them. Rear engine rough out there, of course, just destroys the engine. Bang, just blows up there on the track. They're just stuck there. So yeah, that's going to be what I think, blown engine, half an hour repair. I think they can get them fixed, but it takes about half hour, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so.
it takes quite a long time. There was nothing the Kia driver could do, in fairness. He lost it on the outside curb. I think, was it
Actually, you know, when I think about that again, sorry, I know this is probably not being shown on stream right now because it was some time ago, but couldn't have been any further over to the right-hand side, going through 130R, and actually the Kia could see that he was going really slow, would have been catching him up massive amounts of time on the relative. So I think just an air of caution would have probably have saved him. As I think that's one of James Thursby as well. Sorry, no, it's not James. Similar.
To be fair though, someone did. He did spin off right in front of him, I think there. But yeah.
Did he spin? I didn't think he spun. Maybe it's just poor.
No, he did. He's
poor camera angle from where I was looking at.
Yeah, he did lose control.
He lost control on his own, and he went. Yeah, and he came across, and the Kia was as far over humanly to the left, I think, as he could have gone.
Yeah.
And he was just wiped completely out. It was a bit like Jan-Philipp Weed earlier on. Weed's still going, actually, in the 2 minutes, so he's still doing very well out there.
My apologies, then let me retract that. Sorry, just a bad camera angle as I just switched camera angles.
Mr. Jimenez, he's not having a very good race, I must admit, anyway. He's 7 laps down. Well, he's 3 laps behind Chimera. He's currently the 9th running Kia out there. So, yeah, not having the best of times. Let's have a look at this Mustang battle then. What have we got? So, Tom Ward is in the middle of the S's, and James Thursby is at turn 1. So that's opened up quite a lot of them, hasn't it?
Yeah, for the vast period of this race, they've been practically inseparable. Now they've got 25 seconds between them. So James Thursby, I don't know whether it's just gone well for him, maybe it's the second stint hasn't gone his way at all. He's lapping 2 seconds slower than he did.
Thursby's camped in the 25s, isn't he?
Yeah.
And 24s and 25s, and Ward's in the 22s and 23s. You've got to remember as well, I mean, Alex, how important is it when a driver has the first stint, like Tom Ward? You know, he can just get right out of the pits, get back on it. He knows what he's doing. Is that understated?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Tom definitely is going to be in the zone, so he really will be pushing hard. But I think I have to say, I just think Tom's perhaps just got a little bit too much for James right now. Maybe when Tom swaps, who's Tom got coming into the car after he's finished his little run?
Let's have a look. It is Marco Mogren.
Marco. Well, I know Marco well enough to know that Marco's pretty quick as well, but we'll see whether or not he can lap the same sort of speed as Tom. But Tom, yeah, definitely putting a great couple of stints in here, and yeah, I think James perhaps just lacking a tiny bit of pace, if I'm brutally honest.
Which we have to be.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he just needs to have a clean stint. He'll know that as well, and that's all he can do for his team, is a nice clean stint here, hand the car back over to his teammate when he comes into pits. Hopefully they're a bit quicker than Marco and can close the gap back up. So yeah, Mike Young obviously did a great job earlier on. So
James has still got half a lap on the 53 Virtual Moto car, and he's lapping about 1.5 seconds slower than Martin Rosler, but
good battle. Sorry, Andrew, just cut you off.
GT3 category,
yeah, P5. So just a move there done from there into 130R. So yeah, that RC UK Motorsport car still struggling out there.
He's getting on the move, isn't he, Lucas? We've spoken to him quite a few times in the commentary box over the past year or so, and yeah, he's having a good time out there, it looks like. And for once, he's managing to keep that car with all the panels straight on it. Nobody's crashed into him, so it's going well so far.
The very few cars that has been able to keep it clean, really.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not been. I wouldn't say it's been a horribly scruffy race, Adam, but it's just been. I don't know. Some people have just fallen foul of some bad luck, I guess.
Yeah,
we haven't seen many horrible driving mistakes.
No, we haven't really seen that, really. But yeah, the traffic has just been positioned at the wrong moments, and that's really some endurance racing down to a T. The fact that the traffic plays such a key role now, especially with the diverse classes. Alex is.
Yeah, sorry,
How
can I
far?
just say that Lucas is coming up behind Stark here.
Oh my God, look at this
Serious
traffic.
rates of knots.
Look at the traffic! My gosh! And he's going to go round the outside of him nearly.
I
Is
don't
that
know,
close?
Stark's got some problem. He weren't with traffic when he was being caught up, and I mean, he caught a second up through the S's, so I think Lucas is the man on the move at the moment. He's happy with the car, and he is absolutely flying. And
yeah.
yeah, I think.
Oh, he's hit the roof there! Into the spoon curve.
Mr.
Into the back of the A360.
There,
Yeah, the 51 roof, and Adam Stark's now really trying to get a move on, and he can't get through.
yeah, he just found the gap. It's surely going to give Lucas Saylor a huge advantage as we head down to 130R, but he's got a roof in between them now, and that's going to allow Gary Stark to breathe a huge sigh of relief. And Lucas is now going to come under pressure from Darren Veyro White as we head down.
That was great from Yari Stark, because he made sure he cut across that roof to get into 130R first, and that's given him an advantage of about a second. But Stark looks slow off that final corner.
Yeah, let's see what lap times he did. He was very slow. Yeah, 2 minutes 5.578. So very slow indeed. So Lucas was nearly a second quicker. We're coming up to the halfway point in this race, and this is usually where we see the GT3 cars come into the. I wonder if that will add another variable to the action in a few moments' time. But Stark, maybe this is because he did double stint. Let's not forget that, and just coming to the end of his stint now. So I wonder if that's just starting to have an effect on him.
Maybe a bit of tiredness. I mean, in all seriousness, there is quite a lot of hot weather going on throughout Europe at the moment. I wonder if anything's come into play there. You do get tired after you're driving for 2 hours. It's understandable. I mean, I did an hour race last week, and that was pretty hard on its own. But it looks like around other cars, Stark's been struggling, Alex, so far. I think when he's been on his own, he's generally been okay.
Yeah, he definitely going very defensive into all of the corners, just sort of covering off, and all that does is make himself even slower. So I think, Lucas definitely is sensing some blood right now. He definitely wants to get this move done. Let's just see how he goes through the spoon curve. He looked very, very accomplished through the S's as well. Definitely seems to have more control through the sort of medium speed corners. Gets a good exit.
I got a good exit as well.
But just over the curb, I think that's going to prevent any move going into 130R this time.
If we can go on board with Zila through 130R and heading down towards the Casio Triangle. Hard on the brakes, turns it in, bangs over the curb. For the second curb, we got a better run this time, Adam.
I think Stark's coming in, yeah.
Oh, that's so frustrating, isn't it? He would have had him on toast as well.
Yeah, he'll take it nonetheless, I'm sure.
A good 2 hour stint from main PC Sim Racing, and Yari Stark will surely hand the car over now to his co-driver.
So I'm looking at the Kia battle, which we haven't talked about for a while. Team Chimera are about 15 seconds ahead of Karcher. So Andreas Katz 2:08.6 that last time. Team Chimera, Jamie Wilson 2:10.7. So again, that slow pit stop, Alex, really hurting Karcher.
Yeah, I really can only assume that something's going on there. They're trying to do one less pit stop. There's no way that was a speeding penalty. I mean, you would have had to have come in at full chat to have got a 40-second stop and hold and just gone, yeah, whatever, I will just foot to the floor here. So, yeah, that's got to be full fuel, trying to do one less stint or something like that. Pete Newman also in as well. It's worth pointing out that Pete and Stephen Burke, they had a really long stop, and they went really long in the second stint as well. So I think they're trying to do one less stop, which could put, if I'm on the right track here, it could put Jamie under a little bit of pressure in Team Chimera, under pressure from the likes of Pete Newman and Steve Burke as well.
Michael Goff replacing Yari Stark, but yes, Andreas Katz. Interesting strategy indeed, but they're currently sitting second in their class at the moment. Team Chimera in front of them. Jamie Wilson, 20 seconds or so up the road, and at the moment we're still expecting the GT3 cars into the pit lane at any moment. We're
Wilson
now
in,
10
Wilson
seconds
in.
away from the halfway point. Jamie Wilson in, so it's going to be interesting. Cats will surely get past them, but we're yet to see Cats in for their pit stop, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, and it looks like SRN are in from the lead of the rough category as well. Daniel Grolty is going to hand over to Ryan Huff again, it looks like.
Yep.
They're doing one stint on, one stint off. Alex, do you think that's a good way of doing it? Or would you rather do a double stint in a 4-hour race and have it done with?
Yeah, I don't know really. Drivers want to try and stay involved in it as well. So I think if you don't get too tired or anything like that, then doing a back-to-back stint is probably the best way to go about it. But if you want to stay involved throughout the race, then yeah, just for the enjoyment factor, I think one on, one off keeps it exciting. It makes also sure that both drivers get a decent amount of driving. There's nothing worse than sitting around waiting for an hour and 50 minutes for your teammate to hand the car over, and then he gets taken out just before he pits.
RC UK have crashed. Not sure where.
They're on pit road now.
They're on pit road.
They've just towed.
They've just towed, and it is at Degner. They were coming up behind Marcos Jimenez again. Oh, and he's just missed his braking point completely. And he slams into the side of that Kia Optima.
I have to say, that's Darren's fault.
Final nail in their coffin.
I'm not sure why he's towed out of the race, though.
I know it's not our place to
Did he blow the engine?
Call it, but I just think, he just wasn't far enough along to warrant a move there. He had to... He's forced the Kia driver to get out of that there, and it's just not the way to do it.
I'm not sure why he's towed back to the pits unless he hasn't got any steering whatsoever. I think it would have been quicker for him to get it back to the pit road.
I'm going to jump on board actually and just have a look, see what happens afterwards. Of course, he's got all this
like
damage
a stuck
anyway.
Throttle or something.
Yeah, he's just too far back.
It looked very, very.
Oh.
It looked like he couldn't turn into the corner.
Yeah, he couldn't steer. The car's just pulling to the right massively. There's no way, he can't even turn left. So yeah, he had no choice there. He was never going to get it back. And actually, he's disconnected as well.
Arcadia in, and Alexander Prax back to the wheel of them there. He drops down to 5th place, down to 6th.
So does that mean that RC UK are out, or does that mean that...
Darren
Povey's disconnected as well, hasn't he? So I think that's good.
So I think we can give them the permanent marker off the
sheet, off the spotter's guide, like, yes.
Yeah, like a
marker of doom. Yeah, we've got a few retirements actually. I'll just read through them. The NM Academy BMW, they're out. The 88 car, the R-Souls Kia is out as well. Main PC Mustang still going 24 laps down. That's the last car running. I think SRN Motorsports number 59 are out as well. That's the Kia. I don't believe there are any other retirements apart from the impending retirement of RC UK Motorsport. That's disappointing for them, Adam, after a good start.
Yeah, the Canard PC car, that looks like that might be out, although we are expecting them to rejoin, even if it will be after a half an hour repair. Still out there, but not actually officially retired yet.
They'll be back out, I reckon. There's no driver in that at this time.
And we've got Marcos Silva in the Bit Speed endurance car in the pits right now as well. That's just a regular stop for them.
Yeah, he's taken over from Kasparovicius there.
We're about to see...
Who drove a very good stint, I have to add.
We're about to see our leader lap everybody up to and beyond 3rd place at the moment. That'll just leave one car left on the lead lap.
The unfinished lead then.
Yep, sorry.
I was just going to say going through 200R. And it's got a McLaren MP412C looming in the mirrors.
And this will be the third car on the lead lap. It was not going to be on the lead lap for very much longer. And Jan-Philipp Weed with a lot of damage. Was he lapping in relation to that McLaren? Yeah, 2.2 seconds slower. So Ballesteros still in that. Like I said, we do still have the unknown. We do not know for 100% sure whether Raul Diago is going to be able to keep that pace up. But I think I remember from the first Suzuka race, I believe they were teammates there. I'm not 100% sure, but I think when we've seen Diago before, he's been well able to hold his own. Surely he will be in very soon, Alex.
Yeah, I feel sure. It's not going to matter too much. One lap's lead with less than half of the race to go. He'd have to be a lot slower to give this place away. But let's not commentate curse him too soon, because we've touched on it earlier. How easy is it to get involved in something that's not of your own doing with some sort of collision ahead? So we've seen that many times already today.
It's quite easy.
Battle between
Sorry, yep.
Battle between teammates here. Sasha Rabe and Langer, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, they've been glued together for the whole race of the P1 TV BMWs, and both of them look pretty clean. I think the yellow car had a little bit of contact, but the blue car, I don't think they've hit anything, Alex.
No, I don't. You're right. I don't think they have actually. It looks like it looks like straight off the showroom for that one. I dare say they're in TeamSpeak or whatever kind of other team radio, having a bit of a laugh with each other, pushing each other on at the moment, trying to see if they can break into sort of like the top 3.
They've got a good chance with the damage to Jan-Philipp Weed's car, but to be honest, Weed's still lapping a good 1 second quicker, so
yep.
We'll see how that one pans out.
Yeah, and they're over a minute and 20 behind as well, so it's going to take some sort of intervention with a back marker or something like that to help them.
So it's just Mike Pallock then in the Core Sim Racing car, the number 24 BMW, who's raging against the dying of the light. He's the last one on the lead lap, apart from our leader, of course. And I don't know, they're crushing the field at the moment.
Yeah.
Although the gap hasn't grown too much.
Yeah, now 90-second lead as Uwe Langer's come into pit lane. So is that going to be a driver change for them? He's just refreshing.
Yes,
and burned Cole Road in for them as.
Alex, have you spotted anything with your sort of trained eye for setups and things like that that maybe McLaren are doing that the BMWs aren't at the moment?
No, I can't say I have. My trained eye is not as good in the in these GT3 cars as some of the single-seaters, but whatever they're doing is working very, very well. So, like I say, I know, speaking from my teammates that are doing the GT series, that it's not a great deal of pace difference between these two cars over a stint once you take the actual pit stop time, with the BMW being slightly quicker in the pit stops into consideration. So yeah, it just goes to show they're absolutely doing an amazing job out there. And yeah, it's not down to the car, it really is just pace from Alberto.
And showing good patience as well here, because he's behind one of the roofs. He doesn't want to rush into a move. He just takes it in the hairpin, where his braking's a lot stronger.
It shows you've got great concentration after racing for 2 hours and 10 minutes to have that awareness to get on the brakes just a little bit earlier going into the Degner curves and get past that roof, as he's now going to get past the Kia Optima through a very wide line into Spoon Curve. Just as the Kia Optima goes off, that is Marcos Jimenez driving for
Again.
APV Racing. Yeah, so they've had a bit of trouble tonight. And I wonder when Alberto Ballesteros will be handing over to his co-driver. Has done a fantastic stint. Still lapping in the 159s. Only car really doing that at the moment. Closest challenger really times Jan-Philipp Weed, who did a 2:01.0 last time round. Ballesteros is in. Race leader into the pits then after 2 hours and 10 minutes fuel. Has the Cartridge car been on pit road yet? I don't think it has. So we're still yet to see Andreas Katz.
It'll be soon though, won't it?
Yeah. Of course, the Kia Optima's running on different strategies to the GT3 cars as Ballesteros is in, and who's going to replace him at the wheel of McLaren MP4 12C to try and replicate what's been an epic stint. Raul Diago. So,
Andreas Katz has done 18 laps at the moment. Chimera they did about the same, so Katz will be in very shortly. It'll be interesting to see the pit stop time, Alex. That's definitely what we've got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge. It'll either be shorter this time for Katz, or it'll be a long one again. We'll see where it puts them. Of course, we touched on the British sim racers with Pete Newman and Steve Burke as well. They're of course ahead of Jamie Wilson, so yeah, if they're going for their really long strategy as well, then they're in a good place. Intrigued to see how this is all going to pan out. Still waiting for our leader to come back out on the circuit. Like you say, we hit the minute mark and they're out 64.6 seconds stop there for Dream Factory. And now it's all up to Raul. We'll see what he can do.
Well, if he can leave the car in a safe pair of hands, then I'm sure that Raul Diago's pretty happy that he's got a 90-second or so gap to play with. Not battle, but two cars in the GT3 class close to each other. Alexander Pracht in the Arcadia racing car and the main PC streaming car of Michael Goff. This is a 5th place, 1 second separating them, lapping pretty consistent times. Pracht last time around 2:02.495, so quicker than Michael Goff. Gap between them hanging around a second as they're now coming up on some back markers.
Yeah, exactly. I think. Oh, and actually, it just looks like Goff had a little trouble in knowing which way to overtake the Mustang there. But in the end gets by. But yeah, you're right, he's going to come under a little bit of pressure consistently. So, and actually we've got someone off in turn 1 there as well. So big moment.
Schmidt, yeah.
I don't actually see what it was. Totally lost the car there for a moment. But yes, anyway,
that's the 3rd crash for that car so far.
Dear.
Just coming out of pit road as well.
Having a mare.
Only just come out of pit road and just losing it on the cold tyres straight away.
Yeah, overcast conditions. That's all it does. All it takes are these Kia Optimas, and Claudio Klima's back in the 24 Core Sim racing car, and Stefan Valder is now racing in the online simracing.de car. They are the GT3 cars making their pit stops. Rab, has he made his 2nd pit stop yet? Yeah, he hasn't shown up on mine. He's driving in the P1 TV Motorsport VLN car as Leandro Schmidt loses the car yet again out of the Degner curves.
Baker's into the pits as well. I think we'll head to a commercial break shortly after this. Let's just see where Baker pans out. Jamie Wilson's through and into the S's already, so another really long stop. So they really are putting as much fuel as they can. I'm convinced now that this is all about a strategy. Yeah, so it's same sort of length again. So
stop.
They are really going for a long stint and just one less pit stop. So
the Kia gets refueled really slowly though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Paul explained that to me, that iRacing even simulates the fact that it's filled by a jerry can, I believe, because it's not designed for endurance racing, and every can that goes in takes a lot of time.
Sasha Rabin, and he's been replaced by Frank van Borstel, so that is all the GT3 cars making their 2nd pit stops of the race.
Right, I think at this point we will head off for a short commercial break. Thank you everybody, just stay tuned, we'll be back in just a few minutes here on RaceSpotTV.
so excited to be bringing the Nürburgring to everybody. It's by far the most requested track that we've ever had. I've been with iRacing since the beginning. I can't tell you how many people I've met at trade shows or racetracks and demos that we've done all across the United States and even in Europe, and it's always the most requested track that we've had. And it's always been kind of a sad answer, no, we don't have it. When are you bringing it? And we never really had a good answer. And obviously we announced this last year, and it's super exciting. I mean, it really is one of the premier tracks in the entire world.
The Nürburgring, to me as a race fan, is the holy grail of racetracks. Even from the gaming aspect, just getting that car around that track was a personal achievement by itself. It's kind of got this iconic status to it that makes it different than any other track in the world.
We actually have a lot of history with the Nürburgring dating back about 20 years. We created a version of the track for Grand Prix Legends, which was a Formula One simulation for the PC. But this will be the first time that we've worked on the track with laser scan data, highly precise measurements, and of course the iRacing standards of quality. So we're really excited about this project and we can't wait to release it. There are two main facilities at Nürburgring. There's the Grand Prix course, which is basically a modern F1 style racetrack. And then there's the Nordschleife itself, which has been around for decades. And of course the combined course, where you can take the Grand Prix course, drive around it, and then there's a point where you branch off onto the Nordschleife and you continue there all the way around the Nordschleife and then back down to the Grand Prix course. And the end result is an extremely large, unique racetrack. We arrived with a really large crew. Actually, 4 of us made the trip, and we spent a week there photographing the track, taking video recordings of the racetrack, the surroundings, the scenery, the towns. And when it's all said and done, we returned home with a massive amount of data. If you took our largest project ever, this is probably 4 times that size. So it's going to take a lot of work, but it's really our plan and our intent not to cut any corners and really produce and create the best version of the Nürburgring possible that we can. The terrain and topography of the area that surrounds the Nürburgring is really important to the character and accuracy and feel of the track. We're really working on new ways and methods and types of data that we can use to build the best topography and best terrain model possible. And it will be something never before seen in iRacing or racing sims in general. We have a laser scan of the track, and that laser scan is incredibly dense. Essentially, there's so many points that you could take a quarter and lay it on the laser points, and the quarter wouldn't fall through. So we're taking that level of detail from the scan, and we're trying to translate that into what you see in the sim.
You won't find the level of detail that we bring to tracks anywhere else. You guys expect that from us, and we'll continue to do that. It's not just purely laser scanned. It really will have personality, and I think that that's what's going to make our track unique.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV. We're back here at Suzuka for the 4th round of the Spirit of VLN-series in 2015. My name is Andrew Woodhouse, joined by Alex Simpson and Adam Bath, and we are halfway through this race, just over halfway in the 4th round out of 6 this season. And Alex Simpson, I'll bring you in first. It's been a really good one so far. There's been a lot of battles throughout all the classes.
Yeah, actually there has, and we've got some interesting strategy battles going on out there right now, so we're not sure how it's all going to pan out. I mean, the GT class still got some great individual battles going out on track. The leader just dominating out front there, but yeah, the Roofs and the Kias, who knows what's going on there. So the Roof's been basically, you don't want to be in the lead in that series because you're going to get yourself disconnected, I think. Is the issue there. So, but yeah, for the moment, Ryan Huff in the SRM Motorsports doing a good job out there. He'll just try and hope that his doesn't have any connection issues there. But yeah, Tom Ward still doing a great job as well in the Mustangs. Built that lead out now quite a way, I have to say. But he's yet to make his second stop, so we'll see as where they line up, because James Thursby has been in for his second stop.
And Adam Bath, the lead is coming down slowly.
Yeah, Claudio Klima is keeping Raul Diago honest. We'll keep it at that. 2 minutes 5:09 was Diago's time last time around, and the gap down to 1 minute and 18 seconds. So Claudio Klima in the Corvo Sim Racing car is trying to keep some form of integrity for the rest of the GT3 field, with the June factory now lapping everyone up to second place.
There's a long way to go, but I mean, you did mention that the McLaren was a little bit longer in the pit stop, so who knows? Maybe it can come together later on in the race. We saw that last season, Alex, when the Cadillacs were involved.
Yeah, exactly. That's I think they're probably just a little bit too far out for it, but you never know. I mean, I was just looking at the pit stop time difference. You're talking between 4 and 8 seconds is the difference. So they are definitely slower in the pits, but just not enough. I mean, they're making up way more than that out there as well. So got great pace. Tom Ward into the pits instantly. Marco Mogren jumping in. So he's done his double stint now. He's passing it over to Marco, who's going to have to bring it home.
We're in 24th place, and then James Thursby 25th. Marco Mogren driving for the 21 car, which is Friction Racing, and then second place in class is SRN Motorsports number 3, the 09 car driven by James Thursby. So Friction Racing, they have got quite a few cars between them. They've got the Flow Riders number 70 roof car, and then they've got the RC UK car, which is out of the race. So yeah, just the one car between them.
Just having a little look at what's going on with the Roos. We haven't really spoke too much about them for quite some time actually, but yeah, Ryan Huff leading by about 50 seconds from Mario Dietz there. Marcos Silva is in third for the Bitspeed Endurance team there as well. He's about 20 odd seconds back, and then Sven Beckman as well, some 40 odd seconds back. So that's quite a separation from the Roos now, but they've had their issues caught up in little battles. Like I say, we've had a few disconnections in that class today, which is a bit of a shame because that really has separated that pack up. We were having some great racing earlier on, but yeah,
including the car of the driver that we're going to interview right now, and that's Pedro van Bylen of Not Enough PK Racing. We'll bring him in now. Pedro, welcome to the booth. We did speak to you last time out at Spa when you weren't racing, but you were scheduled to be in the car today, and it just didn't happen for you guys.
No, Tim had a bit of bad luck with his internet. Dropped twice this race. He rebooted everything before the race because he was having trouble, but we needed Tim to win a race, so we just hoped his internet will keep up with him.
Are you guys out of the race completely, or are you still going?
No, I just did
Still
my
going.
stint. Bram took the other stint because Tim isn't coming back. I don't think his internet is getting fixed today. So we're gonna finish the race and score some points.
You've actually gone up into 6th in the category. I've just noticed that. I reckon. I mean, you are lapping quite a bit quicker than Colin Richards is, so you've definitely got a chance to get up there. You know, you've got 2 hours now, just over an hour and a half left. You've still got a chance.
Yeah, of course. There's always a chance. People can wreck. As long as we don't wreck and the other people are slower or wreck, we can keep climbing the places. We need the points for the championship, so...
Yeah, and of course finishing the race means championship points. Alex was saying earlier on that you don't want to be in the lead of the rough category because you seem to get disconnected.
Yeah, maybe.
What are you going to be back in the car at the end, I guess?
Yes, Bram is doing his first stint and his only stint, and I'm gonna finish last probably 20 minutes, I think.
All right. Well, we'll let you go off and cheer him on. But thanks for coming to talk to us again.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in after the race. Depends how good we finished.
Yeah. All right, mate. We'll catch you in a bit.
Yo, ciao.
Pedro van Bylen there. We've also got Ashley Blake Hood there, Alex, as well. We're going to bring him in.
Hi Ashley, not being the best of days for you and your teammate today. Talk us through what happened with the second major crash that Paul had earlier on.
I think it was just a case of the car being so damaged that it pushed its way out onto the grass and just, yeah, he had no control over it as soon as he hit the gas. It's not been a good day for us, to be honest. Paul got pushed pillar to post in the first stint, and then I think frustration got the better of him, and yeah.
So obviously not continuing for this one, so what's the plans now for the next race?
I'm not entirely sure at the minute. This was more of a kind of last minute thing with me and Paul. I'm more than willing to do the rest. I much prefer the other two tracks in this series to Suzuka, at least in the Kia. So if Paul's willing, I'm willing as well.
British sim race. Oh, sorry, Alex. Just British sim racers. You're all racing in the same cars, but what's the from Kellerfish racing it with all these Super GT3 cars, and you've got the Mustangs to worry about lapping them. VSR looks a whole lot easier, doesn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I think it's a different challenge entirely, but this is, yeah, the traffic thing is, it's interesting because you've got cars with such massive speed differences, especially those GT3 cars, and then you've got the Porsches which are quicker down the straights but slower into the corners, and then you've got the Mustangs which are just snails. But yeah, it's an interesting challenge, but I wouldn't say it's any more difficult than VSR. That's yeah.
We're going to get in trouble for you saying that about the Mustangs.
What, for them being like snails?
We got we're right for the for our heads being put on stakes for things like that. Yeah, but you know, it was it's good to see you out there. Have you raced this series before?
Yeah, I did a couple of rounds in the last season with Ben Palmer in the Team Carnage VLN car, which ended badly both times. I think the first time Ben annihilated the person at the top of the championship, and then my electricity cut out for about 2 hours, so that wasn't a good race for us.
Sorry, Ashley, just want to stop you just for a second, just while I bring some news. Claudia Klima in the Core Sim Racing car has just seems to have disconnected as well. Just having a look at it back now, he just was going through the spoon curve, and that was some sort of 30-40 seconds ago now. So
he's gone.
Yeah, so people's internet connections strike again, and that just goes to show what we were saying earlier on. It's not over till it's over.
So that's so that's gifting second place to Stefan Voldher. So and that's the car
it's given Dream Factory. It's given Dream Factory a lead over everyone then.
Yep,
yeah, so that's the team of Voldher and Jan-Philipp Weed. So they had a big accident earlier on, and managing to get up into second place. Alex, I bet they wouldn't have thought that would happen after that.
No, not at all. Sorry, Ashley. Back to you after cutting you off.
That's alright, what a disappointment for those guys.
Yeah, they were closing in a little bit as well. About 1 second a lap on the Dream Factory car, and I think, Ashley, I think we've got to say that's probably race over for the overall race win.
Yeah, I'm going to say those Dream Factory guys are absolutely rapid compared to everyone else out there. I think, I can't remember the guy's name, but who just jumped in the car is equally on par, I think, and yeah, I think they've pretty much won that.
So,
oh no, I just commentated cursed someone.
Is there, you probably have, there's a first time for everything. It's usually me doing that to you.
Oh no.
And that's, oh, nearly! Stefan Volter was almost wiped out by the Flow Riders car, João Aguirre there. And he came out of the hairpin, overcooked it, went on the grass actually, and yeah, made a right mess of that. He's hit hit Stefan Volter right in the rear wheel, Adam, and Volter's lucky he doesn't have suspension damage. In fact, he looks like he does have a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's almost like the same look that Sebastian Vettel got a few years ago, and it helps him win the championship. But yeah, he's just able to hold on. The car doesn't look like it's crabbing. No, I don't think it is. So he's very lucky to get away with that. He's currently sitting in second place. He's got a 40-second lead or so back to Michael Goff in third. So he can afford to test out the car and see if it sustained too much damage. But yeah, very lucky there. Otherwise, it could have been another car out of the race.
What a great race that was as well that you're referring to. 2012 Brazilian Grand Prix. Excellent race that. And yeah, Volter will be hoping. He'll be hoping against hope that there's no more accidents and no more trouble for this car, because you know, if he can get second place, Ashley, after being in the wars like that, he'll be really happy with the 18 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary moment for sure for those guys. I think they'll probably take the mindset of trying to get it to the end from there after experiencing that bit of a kick in the teeth, I think.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that one. What's your plans for the rest of the season then? Are you going to do the last 2 races?
I will attempt to. I mean, I was very kindly gifted another year's worth of subscription from someone who decided they wanted to sponsor me, so I'm eternally grateful to those guys because it would have run out on Thursday.
Oh,
so I'm
great.
trying to fill my time with as much racing as possible, so yeah, if I can, I will.
Excellent. Alright mate, it's been good to have you in the booth with us for a little chat, and I'll catch you Thursday night at Silverstone.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the race, guys.
Alright, take care mate.
Bye-bye.
2.3 seconds between Michael Goff and Alexander Pratt. Those two continuing to be right with each other, setting the same lap times as each other. As Ashley Blake, he's just getting back into the car now, isn't he? So, yeah, going straight from the commentary box back into the race car, or has the car got a bit too much damage to carry on?
Probably gonna have a little look, see what it's like. If it's even allowed out. Doesn't look like it is, so. But let's just keep an eye, obviously, on this strategy battle that's going on between the Kias out there. Jamie Wilson now is some 35 seconds ahead of David Baker. Again, huge time difference in the pits between the two. So I'm just thinking about the time that they've lost. They've lost about 20, maybe about 45, 50 seconds in the pits so far.
That was my next question. Was how much have they lost? Because
one more stop and they're going to be equal each other out anyway. So it's not worth doing. So I think the Karcher guys have made their bed now, and they've just got to go with this. They can't afford to change the strategy up. It's just not going to happen.
They're too far behind.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not too far, but they could catch it up. But I mean, it would take pretty much all of the remaining hour and 25 minutes to do so, you know? As the Kia in front of them just blinks uncontrollably. We're having a lot of... that was a question I was going to ask you, Alex, earlier on as well, because races on the American server with predominantly European and international field, is that something that needs to change for the future? Because surely that's the cause of a lot of these disconnections.
No, I think, to be honest, you've got to have, when you've got such a diverse field like this, you've got to have it on the American servers just in case you get other people from other areas of the world. So I don't think it causes them to disconnect. Now, if we were on like an Australian server and it was mainly Europeans, then I would say, yeah, maybe that's the reason. I think genuinely most of the time it's just down to internet connection. We saw there from Tim's, or we heard from Tim's teammate Pedro earlier on that, you know, Tim had some issues earlier on. It was nothing to do with the servers, so it's yeah, unfortunately it's just yeah, people, you know, brothers and sisters downloading the torrents or whatever it is they might be doing, that's causing them to
or other large downloads. The thing is, no, that was just my sort of layman's question, because I don't really understand it that much, in all honesty. But yeah, because we used to have a few problems, didn't we, with the V8 servers? I remember. Yeah. In Australia, so.
Yeah, I think generally the US ones are pretty good. They seem to be quite centralised. For whatever reason, when you're over in the sort of, you know, the east of the planet, you seem to go towards America, and then to Europe as far as the internet traffic goes, and then sort of Europe and sort of like West and East Europe all seem to go back across the Atlantic to the States anyway, so it's just natural that actually they would put it on the American servers. It seems to be pretty much the focal direction that all the traffic goes in.
Somebody's off at the hairpin, and that was Bernd Colrode in the P1TV Motorsports car. Did he hit the wall? Oh, he lost it under braking, he lost the rear end, he hits the right hand wall, oh, and he hits the wall at the end of the gravel trap as well, so that wasn't what he needed. And he was still quite close to his teammate, maybe only about 10 seconds behind, but he's lost a couple more there. Adam, I asked Alex earlier on about Suzuka and what he likes about it, and what are your feelings about this famous circuit?
Well, I used to like it back in its old iteration, where the 130R corner was very much more demanding, and then the run down into the chicane, which was a lot tighter as well. Saw a lot of great overtakes happening there back in the late 90s and early noughties. I don't know why, but I've never really liked the circuit. Or maybe it's because it's too challenging really for me, and I think, well, there you go. But we do always see great racing in Formula 1, like Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg having their battle there
2005 as well.
2005, Kimi Raikkonen coming back through the field after that wet qualifying. What else? 2000 and
was that the one with the Sunday morning qualifying?
No, that was the year before, 2004.
The year before, okay.
Yeah, Schumacher went on and did his thing in his seventh heaven. 2003, the championship showdown between Schumacher, Raikkonen and Montoya.
Yeah.
Six-time champion there, Schumacher.
That was when Schumacher did everything in his power not to win the championship.
Pretty much.
It was when he finished 8th. He needed the 1 point to win the title. He finished 8th. And he got that 1 point. And yeah, that was probably the most hairy of Michael Schumacher's championship wins, actually. It was 2003. Much, yeah. That was an absolutely fantastic season, really was. And
so many title deciding memories at Suzuka, of course.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the main one, you know.
89 and 90.
Yep.
And then, of course,
the politics that followed.
Yeah. What other ones? We've had 96, Damon Hill winning the championship from Jacques Villeneuve. 98, Schumacher stalling on the grid on pole position, handing the championship to Mika Hakkinen.
1997, Villeneuve got disqualified
for overtaking under yellow flags. Yeah, which set
all
up
sorts
the
has happened
final
here,
Grand Prix
hasn't
in
it?
Jerez.
It's never dull here. 2001, Alesi and Raikkonen had that gigantic incident, and it's all sort of it's never dull here, is it? You never come away from Suzuka, Alex, like feeling like you've just had a bad Japanese Grand Prix. It just doesn't exist.
No, I don't think so. There's always something going on at Suzuka. Races are always intense. I mean, just from my own personal experiences, you know, I just think about some of the World Championship races I've done here as well, and I'm sure Hugo can attest as well. There's been some massive carnage crashes involved in some of those, some epic battles, and yeah, it's just no matter what, you know, there's always something to remember every round by.
That's it, and of course I think everyone's going to agree with us when we hark back to last year's Japanese Grand Prix, of course, and we still hope and pray for Jules Bianchi.
Indeed.
And you know, that's something we really want to come to a happy ending. So Forza Jules, and you know, Suzuka, we said it was a challenge. I mean, that was, you know, definitely showed that then in the wet last year, and you know, hopefully lessons are learned from that. But you know, the Dream Factory McLaren, we saw that last time it was here, learned some lessons as well, because it won last time, but not really by. It was a good win, but it wasn't really a massively convincing one. And this one, I mean, Adam, it's just been astonishing, really, the amount of. I mean, the competition has faltered, but you know, you've still got to get it to the end. You've still got to win the race on your own merit.
Yeah, many of the races where I've seen a driver have this much advantage, they've never usually gone on to win. So, just going to throw that out there, and I apologise, Dream Factory, in advance if I've just ruined the race.
Dear.
But
You've done it, haven't you?
No. But Raul Diago, 1 lap lead already and continuing to lap 2-minute ones, and only one card in that at the moment, and that's Bern Carl Roddy. I was just going to go back though to the Kia Optimus pit strategy.
I've been doing some calculations, Adam,
Yeah,
and
Team
Chimera.
He's got his abacus out.
Yeah,
Team Chimera pitted on lap 55, and it's now they are now lapping on lap 71 or 72, so they've been going about 6 or 7 laps extra before Karsha have come in, it looks like.
Well, it's sort of the other way around, I think, because they've just done a driver swap, have they there?
Karcher are going through there, and the tyres are still going on the Chimera machine.
I just worked it out. If they came in the next 2 or 3 laps, Chimera, then they would gonna have to have 1 additional stop to make it if they carry on their plan. They can extend at this point their pit strategy up to the same length as Baker, and they might just make it. But it's doubtful now they're in. They would have needed to have done 2 or 3 more laps. So right now, I'm pretty sure Baker will be able to do. Baker and Katz will be able to do 1 less pit stop. Although they're blinking like crazy at the moment, so I hope that they don't get a disconnect. But yeah, certainly this is going to come down to pit stop strategy. It's going to be super close though. Let's have a look, see if it's the same. I'm looking at about an 80-second stop for Jamie here if they're going...
Is that what they're doing? Because they've been in there a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like 1:20 if you're going for the longer strategy.
Karcher to the hairpin.
Burke's through as well, you see. This is playing Burke and Pete Newman back in. They're going long. They're going to try and extend it. I wonder if they've realised what's going on. And now they're putting in the extra fuel.
You did say earlier on that you thought that both teams were committed at this point.
Yeah,
and it was very
98
close
seconds. It's 98. That's not enough.
98.
They're going longer, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it on the stop.
Karcher just come out of the spoon curve. Sorry, Adam.
Whenabouts can we expect to see Jamie Wilson and the Team Chimera team back in towards the end of the race?
16, 17 laps they seem to be doing, where Karcher are doing close on 19, 20 laps on their stint. So
probably, what's that, about 46?
They're eking it. Yeah, you're right. It's about 45 minutes. So
he's gone very sideways in the S's. That'll get some temperature in the tyres.
Karcher just they're going to do. Well, they've still got 2 stops at this point, but I believe.
Karcher just crossed the line now.
Yeah, I believe still. Wilson probably got 2 stops in there as well. I don't know though. Surely not with an hour and 15. That's just 1 stop as well.
Yeah,
so
we won more, wouldn't it?
Mate, so no, sorry, yeah, that's right.
Have to stretch it, though.
Yeah, I'm expecting Karcher to come in at about 50-minute mark and try and stretch it all the way to the end. They've got about 7 or 8 laps before they pit.
Have Chimera? Did you say Newman had gone through? Yeah, he has.
Yeah, it has.
Because Chimera are just out of the hairpin, and British Sim Racers then just behind them. SimRC.de, they're out of it for the win, but still 4th anyway. They've got a chance of a podium potentially.
Yeah, I mean, one team that's definitely going to make it with just 1 stop to go, no question, is the British Sim Racers, Steve Burke and Pete Newman. They've been eking out their laps even more so than Baker and Katz. But they're guaranteed for just having the 1 more stop. That's it. They're going about 4 or 5 laps more than Baker, so they're going to do it easy.
We've got a battle for 27th place and the 3rd place on the podium in the Mustang class. 3 wide with one of the roughs as well. So it's the Werpo Moto. It's Harold Ide in the Werpo Moto car. He's just been overtaken by Christian Challoner in the Blackadder Motorsport number 67 Ford Mustang. So he moves on into turn 1. He made a move stick. Good work by Chalanet. He took Chalanet, who took over from Clark Duffy there. So that car's recovered. They were at the back, weren't they, Alex? At the very start, they didn't get going for whatever reason very quickly.
Yeah, the Blackadder Motorsport guys normally very fast in anything that they jump in, and I'm pretty sure I've witnessed Christian do some races in different series that I've covered, and he's been very, very quick. So having a look at his lap times right now, 2 minute 22 last time. What was it before that? 221, 221. So pretty consistent, sort of 221, 222 with the traffic, I think. But that's quick enough to perhaps close in on some of the other cars. I don't. Well, no, not really. He's got about a minute and 20 to catch up. So as much as he would love to, I don't think he's going to, and they're going to have to settle for third in class.
There is still, there's still an hour and a quarter to go. It's not beyond the rounds.
Yeah, he's about 2 minutes behind though.
Oh, he's 2 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said he was 1 minute behind. Sorry.
Yeah, poor calculations on my part. Sorry. Yeah, minute 25 behind the driver in front.
Minute and 25. Okay.
Yeah, who's about? There's another sort of 10 or 15 seconds up to James Thursby as well, and then yeah.
So the gap.
Another 40 seconds to the leader. So
yeah, the gap at the Mustang class, like you said, it's gone up to about 40 seconds. Marco Mogren, who you said was a very fast driver, and he's jumped in that car and he's took over from Tom Ward, and he's actually going considerably faster than Tom Ward, who was actually leading the class anyway. So yeah, friction look like they're locked in for the win here.
Yeah, it's funny, Tom was doing that some sort of pace at the start of the stint, but perhaps there's a bit of fatigue got in, or maybe traffic just got a bit crazy in his last stint there. He backed the pace off a bit. But
Mogren's been in the 20s four times.
But very, very quick Mogren.
Yeah, Ward was only in the 20s once. Mogren's 4 times in the 20s. But, of course, if you remember at the start of the race, everything's a little bit more hectic, isn't it? A bit more scrunched together.
We've lost quite a lot of cars actually now, so there is a little bit more room out there.
I'll just do a quick retirement count. So give me a second.
Well, let's have a look at the cars.
I believe it's only 6 retirements. So, but a lot of cars in the wars, and like Canard PC.
Whoa! Mogren's round in the wall. Yeah, so our Mustang leader has sustained quite a bit of damage to the front of the Mustang.
That's definitely a commentator's curse. Less than half a minute since I said they were locked in for the win. He spins coming out of the hairpin of all places. Oh, that's the silliest little spin. You look so stupid when you do that. And it's just one of those things that happens at really slow speed, losing the rears.
Yeah, unfortunate. I just don't know if he was just pushing a little bit too much. Didn't need to push. Got a massive gap, and yeah, let's see what kind of damage that does. I mean, he's lost quite a bit of time there. Is trying to see what the live gap is. It's 36 seconds is the gap, the live gap. So he's still got plenty of time. You know, he possibly could come in and get some repairs, but I'm thinking he'll want to leave it a lap or two. The only issue when you have damage on the front like that is that the engine can blow, so it can overheat, blow the engine. He definitely don't want that. He's got a slowdown penalty there, I think, through cutting the 130R there. So let's see if he brings it into the pits. Might want some repairs. I think he is coming in. Look, here he comes.
Could it be possible get tyres as well?
You know, pick up a meatball flag.
Yeah, could have been. Yeah, could have been.
Things if that was the rough or something, you would have been able to carry on with that front end damage. Probably the BMW as well. But as you said, the Mustang quite sensitive to the engine cooling there. Adam, we've all made that mistake coming out of the hairpin at Suzuka. It's such an annoying little mistake to make.
And it shows you that on tiny lapse in concentration, just putting the power down maybe just a little bit too much, more than he did a lap or so ago, and that can cause all of that to happen. So dramatic scenes here for the lead the Ford Mustang class. So no one in the spirit of VLN racer Suzuka has escaped misfortune, apart from the Dream Factory team that have got a one-lap lead over onlinesimracing.de, and the third round of stops for the GT3 cars are starting to loom ever nearer, because we've got 70 minutes left in this race. And before the pit stops happen, we could have a quick run through your general classification. So Dream Factory are currently leading the race with onlinesimracing.de in second place. Main PC Sim Racing in third, Arcadia Racing in fourth, P1 TV Motorsport fifth and sixth, the 39 car in fifth, the 38 car in sixth. Then it's a 24 car, the Core Sim Racing in seventh. And then it's the leader of the roofs, the SRN Motorsports car, number 41 in eighth. Ninth is SRE VLN, Bit Speed Endurance, rounds out the top 10 with SRE VLN number 2 in 11th, 12th, A360 Racing Team, and then 13th, NEPK Racing. And then 14th place is the leader of the Kia Optimas, the Karcher car, who's being currently driven by David Baker. 16th place, it is PND Racing, the roofs. Then British Sim Racers in 17th. 18th, it is Team Chimera. Yes, that's 17th, sorry, Team Chimera. 18th, SimRC.de. 19th, Phoenix Motorsports. 20th, PowerMax. 21st, Team Heisenfeld Engineering. 22nd, Main PC Kia. And then the first in the Ford Mustangs, which is apparently friction racing. However, I don't think that's going to be for very much longer. And then second in that class is the SRN Motorsports car, with Blackadder Motorsports in third, Verpo Moto in fourth, and then onlinesimracing.de in fifth for them, Blackadder Motorsports sixth, and then the Torque Freak Racing VLN Mustang. So those are the cars that are still really racing at the moment, Andrew, and we're approaching the third hour mark being completed.
We are indeed, and it's been a really fascinating event here this evening at Suzuka, albeit the battle for the lead hasn't really raged. It hasn't raged at all, but everything else has happened. Disconnections, crashes, wins, strange moments. Everything has really happened, and it's been really good. The Arcadia Racing team are missing a bonnet as well. Did we notice that before? I wonder how that happened. That's probably quite a while ago, but
since our last stop.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not sure where that sort of happened, but they won't have any problems, Alex, with their engine cooling now, at least.
No, not at all. Should be fine.
That is looking pretty bad for Alexander Pracht. However, he's still lapping pretty decently, so a bit slower than what Lucas Sheila was, but Sheila didn't really have all that damage, unless Sheila caused the damage, and then Pracht's the one who's got to get on with it now. One team that really have done a very, very solid job is the team of Main PC Sim Racing, the 69 car, with Michael Goff and Yari Stark, and you know, they're looking pretty good for a podium finish here, Adam, because they were the Cadillac drivers last season, and they've transitioned really well into the Z4.
Yeah, and it's probably one of the cleaner BMW Z4s that we've seen tonight. I can't remember them getting involved in much major contact during the race. However, I'm probably wrong. We are nearing the latter stages of the race. 13 seconds between them and Stefan Valder, who's currently in second place. But yeah, running their own race. They I remember them letting some cars by during the race just to conserve the car, and look where that's got them. It's got them inside the podium position. So Slow and Steady wins the race, and they've got a 10-second lead over Alexander Pracht in fourth position, and they're lapping probably about third place in terms of the lap times. Mike Paluk in seventh is lapping times on par with Raul Diago at the front, but Michael Goff's doing 2-minute ones, which is pretty respectable, especially considering we're entering the latter stages of the race and the car might not be in as a tip-top condition as it was when the green flag drops back at 7 o'clock earlier tonight. So yeah, Main PC Racing doing a fine job on the bottom step of the podium at the moment.
Poor Sim Racing aren't done in this event either. They're only about 5 seconds behind the P1 TV Motorsport car, the 39 of Frank von Borstel, and so Palak closing out about 2 seconds a lap. That'll be a battle in a couple of laps, I think, as well.
Karcher are in. So the strategy continues. Andreas Katz
Here we go.
is now getting behind the wheel, and now it's going to be interesting to see the pit stop time.
So Alex, what's your theory on Karcher then?
Yeah, where is Wilson right now? He's coming up the
Bear in mind actually that Karcher will probably
straight.
be able to do 2 short stints here now.
Yeah, I have to say that's too soon. Yeah, to do it. They, like you say, it's going to have to be too short. I mean, this is a long one. This is 73, 74, so it's another long stint. They're going to get jumped by Jamie here.
However, bear in mind that they're going to have to put less fuel in.
Yeah, it'll be a short little stop and go or something like that. So maybe they won't take tyres or anything like that for the next
Steve
one.
Burke's gone into the lead now as well.
Yeah, still in the pits as well. 92. They're away. So yeah, shorter stint. They have brought themselves a lot closer to Jamie, and the next stint will be quite a bit short. I mean, they caught up 6 seconds on that stint, so I'm thinking it's probably going to be a case of, like I say, I would expect them in about 10-15 minutes time if they were going to try and make it on one more stop. So yeah, they're obviously going to do another one from here. It's going to be a really short stint, so they'll spend a lot less time in the pits. So in the end, the strategy is probably not what we thought it was, but let's keep an eye on Burke and Pete Newman, because let's see, I'll just have a quick look, see how many laps they're in. Yeah, I reckon they might have another 2 or 3 more laps as well, but again, that's not going to be enough. They're going to need about 6 or 7, I think, if they were going to make it with one more stop from this point. So yeah, it looks like some of the guys have tried to have one less stop, but not quite managed it, and now they're just aligning the pit stops, and this is why the pack's getting closer and closer together again.
Tell you though, the pace in the Kia class is still pretty hot, because Karcher are only, I don't know, they're not, they're only about half a minute maybe behind, maybe 1 minute behind the rough class even at this point, so still pretty good for them. Let's have a quick look then at, yeah, Palak is closing in on von Borstel now. It's only about 1 second behind him. It's about 2 seconds a lap quicker, so the 24 car closing on the 39. Alex, take this one away as they go down the straight.
Yeah, this should, I think, be fairly straightforward. That core sim racing VLN car has been very, very quick. Of course, suffered a disconnection, and we've had another disconnection, someone we know well, but can't quite manage to make the move. But then very late, jinks back to the right, catches out. Wow. Borstel there, and just gives him the room. Actually, it could have been quite nasty, but in the end, actually, a great move. And yeah, so core sim racing recovering back through the pack. They've got 10 seconds to catch up to get to P5 and the other P1 TV car, and I think they've got the pace certainly to do that. 2 seconds a lap faster on average.
They've probably got the pace to get to 4th, you know.
They're 50 seconds ahead of P5, so I can't see it.
In an hour, they can do 50. At that pace, they'll do 50 seconds.
Not enough laps, I don't think. Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe.
Place a wager?
Well, we don't know the pit strategy either. That's the point.
True, because they will be off strategy.
Yes.
I'm
so
down.
they've done about 12 laps on that stint with Palak. And Arcadia have done 25, 26 laps. So
yeah, they're going to be in soon. Yeah,
it's close. It's going to be close because they've got that. They'll probably have a shorter stint as well. Will Core.
There you go. You should have took the wager when you had the chance.
Well,
I retract.
Never mind. Never mind. But to be fair, it does show that they did have that disconnection. You can bounce back from that. Yeah, Ellis Stevens disconnected for Power Max. So Power Max now with Steve Richardson, he has jumped in that car, and he will be away very shortly. So they're still ahead of Heuskenveld. So I think Power Max will be all right. I think they'll stay in what is 6th place in the Kia class.
Mogren disconnected, you know.
Mogren's gone as well, has he?
Yeah, Tom Ward and Marco Mogren have gone, so that damage obviously not repairable. Did we miss that? Did I miss that?
I must admit, it looked a little bit. Didn't look severe enough for too much damage we're done, but
Yeah.
I mean, we don't usually sort of. I know we're not racing the Mustang. Really. I think I've raced it once. It's very difficult to know what the threshold is, but still, Raul Diago's just plodding along at the front in the mid 2-minute ones. He doesn't need to go any faster than that.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's all very well Marco running that sort of pace that he was doing earlier on, but yeah, in the end it's cost him because he made that mistake pushing just perhaps a little bit too hard, and they were leading for the best part of 3 hours in this race.
How easy is that to do as well? Like that mistake coming out the hairpin.
Well, in any car that I've drove, very easy, I have to say. I don't know about these, these Mustangs. They've obviously got enough power to get the rear end loose, so they might look slow and people might laugh when they see that sort of an instant, but they're still very powerful. So
no laughing matter from the cockpit. Anyway, that's for sure. Adam, are we seeing any interesting battles out on the track at the moment?
Von Boss just being able to close the gap down a little bit on my Pallet. The gap's down to 2.2 seconds. But apart from that, I think everyone's getting ready for the pit stops as Lucas Zion has just entered the pits.
Got it to about... Pallet did a 59.7 and Cole Road actually in the P1 TV 38 machine 204.4. That gap's nearly halved in one lap, Adam. That's again another couple of laps. I think we should stay with Pallet for the time being because another couple of laps he's going to be right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic as well on that lap.
And Lucas
Seal the pits, so
so they've jumped him.
His final pit stop. And he's away, 49.5 seconds. And it's going to come out just behind this Mustang, so...
He doesn't want to crash into the Mustang, and he doesn't want to go over the white line either, because he'll get a penalty for that. That'll be a drive-through if he does go across the white line, and he's just
torture.
Yeah.
That was absolute torture there, being stuck behind there. It's all about go time, innit, when you get in the car, come out of the pits, and you just sat there like, oh god, I could do this speed with my rev limiter.
There's nothing he could have done either, that's the problem. The white line's there for a reason. We saw with Lewis Hamilton in Austria, if you cross that white line, you will get punished. Rules are rules.
Interesting, the pit crew refitted the bonnet back there as well, so perhaps it'll be
good work.
Slightly more aerodynamic and might be able to just lap a little bit quicker.
I don't know if they found the original one or whether they or whether that was a used one, but it doesn't look particularly straight considering they just put it back on there. All sorts of damage to the front of that car, so wonder if there's a handling issue there for Lucas Sheila, but iRacing need to do. They need to model the bodywork rubbing on the wheels.
Yeah, we'd love to see that. And we know that sort of enhancements coming to the sim as well. We had that sneaky leaked picture with the gravel on the flat spots and things like that back when the Circuit of America's video was launched.
Yeah,
took a while to get there. I'm sure Dave Creamer's working hard on it right now, but yeah, that sort of bodywork rubbing, surely that's just the next step once they get things like the flat spots and things like that coming, so the damage model can cause
punctures and things like that.
Yeah, can cause the tyre to wear like that and get a puncture. I mean, that'll be awesome to see, and it just adds a nice bit of variation to it as well. So
then as well, it's not just going to be you pit at this time.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be if your tyres are knackered, you'll have to pit.
I'm just looking at Lucas right now with the front right damage that he's got now. That sort of damage that's actually a bit more severe because your tyres are only going to last like 5 or 6 laps or something like that. So you actually have to stop and get the car repaired. So I think it'd be good.
Good news for all the Canard PC Motorsport fans. The car is back on track.
In
37th place, 35 laps down. So Matteo Boysa keen to finish out the race.
Yeah, Matteo Boisset back out. Car looks all right, but it was an engine failure, wasn't it? Well, caused by the accident. So you know, the car
Yeah.
doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look great. It's a bit thinner at the front than it once was, but yeah,
We've seen.
back out on the track, and they've got time to probably gain about 10 places. I would have thought.
I can't remember what race I was watching, but it was a real life one where I think it might have been a V8 supercar race actually, rather than a GT race. But all of a sudden, just the engine just managed to get torn out of the car. But yeah, that's kind of what I expect with the RAF. Obviously, being rear engine, it gets hit big time at the rear. It just, it's not so much engine damage, is it? It's engines on the side of the road. So.
Like the car's still going and the engine just falls out.
Oh, there was a NASCAR race at Pocono a few years ago where the engine was on the track.
Really?
Yeah, quite.
Just fell out.
Well, it was a result of some heavy damage to the arm, hitting an Armco barrier. Yeah, but.
Oh dear.
The
The 51 car's on a spin, and that is 51. That is the A360 Racing Team car. The rough Francois Andrew, who's had a little off-track excursion.
Looks
Let's
like he's
see.
got some big problems with that as well. That's not turning at all well through the
Whoa.
Dunlop curve right now.
It just pulled to the left really suddenly, didn't it? I wonder if that's a steering issue because that back end went really suddenly. Were you just watching with the bit speed car? And the leader's coming as well. Just at the time when the car in front's got damage which makes the car hard to control, but through comes the leading McLaren, of course. Yeah, the McLaren looks really planted as well, and it's not just the big lead they've got. It's the manner of that car. It's how it looks through the corners. It looks really flat and really compliant. Oh, what's that? He's off the track. Well, I'm just going to be quiet. I won't say anything in the future.
Well, that
It seems like it's that kind of day where you mention how well someone's doing. He must have been on the broadcast. He must have got excited or something. That was a really strange mistake to make, Adam, wasn't it?
Just going in, maybe just locked the brakes and tried to release it and went off onto the runoff area or something. As he now laps the roof. Very straightforward. And we've got Michael Goff
still looks nice and tidy, doesn't it?
Yeah, Michael Goff into the pits in the 69 Tim Racing. So another GT3 car onto pit road.
Question is, who has got an undamaged car at this point? Is there anyone out there?
Let's have a little. Should we have a look? Because Dream Factory haven't. They had a little damage.
Yeah.
I think Bitspeed is the only one that SRN or the 41 roof actually doesn't have any damage on it.
Sim Racing, that doesn't
look like it has.
Doesn't look like it's got any damage as well. I mean, they only had a disconnection. That's what's put them down there.
Maybe a tiny bit on the front. Yes, a tiny bit on the
PT1's
front.
both got damage, I think. Arcadia, well, yeah, we know they have.
SRE, the beautiful paint schemed one, the 75, that doesn't look like it's got any damage.
Yeah, that looks in pristine condition.
But if your car looked like that, you'd want it to be in pristine condition, wouldn't you? Because you wouldn't want that. And as well, if it does hit anything, the cracks are there already. So
yeah. You're right, the Bitspeed car, that looks immaculate as well. So there's a few drivers out there.
An EPK might have a tiny amount of damage. They were disconnected as well. PND, that car's looking pretty tidy.
Yeah, it seems like the Roos there seem to be the one that managed to stay out of trouble for the most part.
Chimera, they haven't got any damage.
They look good. I haven't seen them involved in anything.
And Karcher,
Same with Karcher.
likewise.
Yeah, they
Phoenix have got a bit of damage, not a lot. Oh, front right.
Yep.
British Sim Racers, they have hit something, I'm sure, but the car looks all right. So yeah, there's a few without any damage. Most of the Kias in the roughs actually. Steve Richardson back out for Power Maxed, incidentally, still in that 7th place. Let's see Steve out there, Alex, having a little bash.
Yeah, we know Steve well, so obviously having a little bit of fun. But Ellis as a teammate, so what can you do?
Adam, it's going to commentator's curse someone, but is there anybody who stood out for you today You can't have the leader because that's cheating, really. But anybody who's really done a good performance, are you an individual or a team?
Probably main PC sim racing. They've plodded along, and I think they've relatively clean-looking car as well. In 4th place at the moment, however, the pit stops are still ongoing. I think they'll cycle out in 3rd in the end. But yeah, they were towards about 5th or 6th at one point, so good to see them back up inside the top 3 by the time the race is over. Commentators curse. There you go.
They just made their pit stop actually. So a couple of laps ago, Michael got on the last lap actually. So Michael Goff out there in 5th place. They're 6th place now, but yeah, the pit stops will cycle through. And Pallock's got ahead of Von Borstel, and now he's ahead of Langer after the pit stops, Alex. So that could work out for them for the podium. It's possible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all going to be about when they're going to have to pit, I think, because they're going to have to squeeze another one in. But it should only be a short one, maybe no tyres, just a little bit of fuel. Could keep them there or thereabouts. I mean, it's quite close when you think about it now. Just what is it, 20 seconds covering sort of 3rd to 5th at the minute.
Yeah, and who'd have thought that after such a long race? I mean, this has been a close category all the way through tonight. Earlier on in the race, we did have a 10 minutes of madness where everyone seemed to be going off and crashing into each other and struggling with traffic, and it's really remained pretty close ever since, to be honest. I mean, the GT3 category being won by the McLaren at the moment, but everyone else fairly evenly matched. Let's have a look at what's the gap for the roofs? SRN are coming down the back straight towards 130R.
Leaders in.
Sim Racing Eki are in the S's as the leader pits. So Diago will do another stint, Adam, because of the fair share rule as well. He'll have to do this this next effort, the last 45 minutes or so.
Right, you could probably perform an MOT and still get out in the lead. Raul Diago into the pits. Stefan Valder, has he not made his final pit stop? Yeah, I think he's still yet to make one, as Frank van Borstel comes into the pits from 5th. That will allow Michael Goff to regain a position. Will this be a driver change? I think Van Borstel should stay in his car to the very end. And yeah, so two of the GT3 cars in the pits at the moment, as I think there has been a driver change. Yep. So Sasha Rab will be back into that car for the finish of the race, and that is the P1 TV Motorsport VLN car. So the McLaren is underway, 48-second stop. And the BMW Z4 GT3 should be out in around about the same time.
Stefan also in the online Sim Racing D VLN GT3. Yeah, so got a little bit of damage on the front of that car. Probably get some of that knocked out maybe in this pit stop just while they're doing the. Are they going to do a driver swap as well? I don't know. But yeah, pretty steady stop. Where is so Malik at the moment? Just coming through the Casio Triangle right now as well. So he's actually going to move himself. Is he going to move himself back into second? No, he's still a lap down, isn't he, on P2? So this will just put him on the same lap as them. Indeed, it does.
It's actually got a little bit colder, Alex, since the start of the race as well. It's down to 21 degrees, 24 degree track temperature. Shouldn't affect them too much, I guess.
No, I think it's pretty should be fine. I mean, wind direction has changed. It was coming in from the east earlier on, southeast now, so it's only very subtle, but probably just enough to affect the balance maybe in some of the sort of mid-speed corners through the S's or so. But fortunately, these cars, most of them heavy enough to sort of deal with it. It needs to wind up at sort of 30 kilometers an hour. I think that might really start to make a difference.
Because that's, of course, one of the new changes to the sim, isn't it? Is the weather can change during the race.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of that now. I mean, right now in the official series, that's all been pulled just because of a bug that's come out, but that they've noticed. So I wonder actually if the VLN guys have spotted that, because if it can happen in the official servers, then I would think it could happen in these ones as well. But I know certainly in the series that I've been in the sort of like the Neo and other endurance ones, it seems to be okay. But yeah, it just seems to be a problem with the official, where drivers are actually getting different weather, subtle changes to the weather, so you're not racing on an even platform out there.
Because it's something, Adam, that the guys have to think about when the wind direction changes and suddenly got a tailwind. I mean, maybe that's what happened earlier on when we saw some of those accidents.
Possibly one of the reasons why that might have happened to Marco Mogren. For all we know, there might have been a change of wind at the hairpin, and that could have ended his race. So the weather is really something to watch out for. And Mike Palak, I think he's still yet to make his final pit stop in this race. He's currently running around in second place. Once he pits, I think he should go down to about 6th place. I think, yeah, he should be back in about 6th behind Michael. So 44 minutes to go in this race. He is the last car, I think, the last GT3 car to make his pit stop. Jamie Wilson and Andreas Katz, though. Katz lapping 1 and a few seconds quicker than Jamie Wilson. The gap down to 8.3 seconds. This varied pit strategy could be coming to its head over the next few laps.
Yeah, indeed. And it's really shaking out interestingly in this last hour. Wilson for Team Chimera is coming down the back straight towards 130R. Karcher through the Spoon Cove, so not too far behind.
Yeah, we haven't really spoke much about Richard Holliday today in the Phoenix Motorsport car. I was having a couple of little connection issues out there right now. Currently sat in front of the British Sim Racers car with Pete Newman in that at the moment. There's about 35 seconds between those. Now we know they were on different strategies, but as we've seen, I think it's just a case of the strategies are slowly coming together. But yeah, Phoenix Motorsport doing a great job today, actually. I think they've sort of been in around, most of their pit stops about around this 90-second mark, so they've kind of picked their strategy and just gone with it the whole way through. So looked at the numbers early, and currently sat on the final podium position. Where they'll end up, not entirely sure. It could be it's really going to be down to the likes of Pete Newman and Steve Burke to see if they can get back up there, because they're definitely going to have a couple of short stints in the pit stop. Last time they caught up 7 or 8 seconds in the stop, so imagine it's going to be a bit more of that for the next one as well.
But that's about what they're behind at the moment. 7 or 8 seconds. So.
No, they're 35 behind Pete Newman and
sorry, Newman,
Steve
yes,
yeah,
sorry,
so,
apologies.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking of the leader, sorry.
I mean, they are lapping quicker. They're lapping about a second a lap quicker as well, so that gap's coming down all the time. So I think if their pit stop's about 10 or 15 seconds quicker, which it could well be, because I expect Pete's going to do a splash and dash. There's going to be no driver swap or anything at that point. It's just going to be Pete to the end now. Then yeah, it could be really quick, and they could close in a lot. Katz actually has done a storming lap that last time by as well. 2 minutes 7.2 with all the traffic and stuff he's having to deal with, and it closed up a whopping 1.5 seconds on Jamie Wilson. So it's not going to be too long until we see them on the same part of the track.
Yeah, Katz has done 50 laps, Baker's done 38, so I would expect Baker to do the last stint. And Adam, there's, you know, he's one of the best ones to do. If you ask him to do sort of half an hour, 40 minutes of good racing, Dave Baker's up there with the best.
Yeah, and you can guarantee they'll most likely bring the car home as well. So, yeah, Katz closing the gap down. 5.7 seconds is the gap with 40 minutes left in this 4-hour race. And, yeah, so if Andreas Katz can get David Baker there by the time we get to the final round of pit stops, then David Baker could have a very good shot of taking that Kia Optima race victory.
And we can't underestimate just how good a race Chimera have driven. I mean, they did win the last race, and you know, they've shown to be extremely strong all the way through the season. I mean, they've got 2 wins. They won here at Suzuka in the first round of the season, and they won at Spa-Francorchamps.
Having a quick there.
You're cringing at something?
Yeah,
there?
I was cringing as Cats just got caught up behind one of the Mustangs. That was Mike Young, actually, our leader in class there. Both drivers being very cagey with each other, just trying not to get in each other's way, and in the end just managed to do completely that.
Both drivers fighting for the win. Of course, SRN, they're a good... they're a good distance ahead, aren't they? SRN half a lap over Verpomoto. Made a really good recovery, actually. They didn't have a very good start. But Harold Ide, who's taken over from Martin Rosler, is actually in the pits. And then it's the 2 Blackadder Motorsport cars, the 67 with Christian Challoner ahead of the 68 of Marco Abate.
Am I missing something here? Has Mike Paddock still not been into the pits for their final stop?
Not yet, no. So I think that's because obviously they're the disconnect. So they can probably run a little bit longer. They're going to have to have a little short splash at the end.
Pitted on lap 72.
Yeah.
And then they've done 23 laps now. They are going to be... Well, they're not that close, are they? They still can probably do another 10 laps, I would have thought. Nearly.
Looks like 32 laps to a stint. So...
It'll be a splash and dash almost for them.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd expect them in at around about lap 104, something like that.
Yeah, and then, of course, you've got to count that there's not a lot of fuel to go in that, and they are lapping faster than Stefan Voldher by about 1 second a lap, so maybe they can still nick the second place which they were in when they disconnected, as we have a word that Jamie Wilson is in the pits.
Yeah, let's keep an eye how long this stop is going to be while you're watching the action. This is going to need to be what, about a 90-second stop if he's not going to get jumped, I think, by Cats. So an 80 would be even better. I mean, there's only 38 minutes to go. That's right about the window, I think, isn't it? And actually, they're having a driver swap as well while they're at it.
Cats is at the Degner curve now. Still a long way to go for the German.
Yeah, Trindle's in to the car, so Simon that is. So, yeah, they're still going on for service at the moment. There's just the fuel that they're waiting, it's like you say, and the guys are just pouring it in at the moment with the jerry can.
It's excruciating for them though, isn't it? Because, Karcher were over halfway around the lap and they still might be able to come out of this pit stop in front. We're so used to 2-3 second pit stops in F1 and even, shortish pit stops in some of the endurance series, but it takes 2 minutes in the pit lane as Karcher struggling with some traffic there, so
74
it's
seconds
not helping
at the
them.
moment, still going as well.
How many?
So
54?
74 that was.
83,
it looks like
84.
Still,
they'll be alright.
Still going. It looks like Richard Holliday's been in as well.
86.
Because Pete Newman's up and into second place as well.
Karcher made all the stops that they need to make.
This is long. This is very long.
Yeah,
and this
they're going
can
into the hundreds now.
Yeah, this can only be because they need it to go the whole stint, so they're having to do a full tank. Yeah, 100.
Oh, it might be reasonably
102.2
close.
seconds. So yeah, 142.2 is what I'm getting on my screen.
Chimera out of the pit lane. Simon Trendle exits onto the racetrack. Karcher just coming over the finish line now. That gaggle of cars in the background.
Yeah, and that's nearly a lap ahead now. So
is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be, won't it?
Yeah.
Goodness. Oh, and Trendle's nearly lost it in the S's.
That's those
cold tyres.
Yeah, cold tyres on the Kias. It's not so much the cold tyre, is it? It's the pressures aren't built up to where they need them to be. Am I right in saying that?
And it's the fact that already the rear is lighter than the front, and it already wants to go around anyway on the braking. So, and look, you can see how much Trendle's struggling, and as much as you don't want him to do that, it's so easy, Adam, to put the car in the wall. If you, especially pushing as hard as he is now, and through the Degner curves. I hope he's wearing brown underpants, Adam. He will be now, to be fair, either way.
it was pretty stylish, but I'm sure he wasn't enjoying that as he goes into the hairpin. Still sliding there, in fact.
Gosh,
so
even in the slow corner, he's struggling.
It takes about a lap or so, doesn't it, really, to get enough pressure in it. Half a lap is okay, but you know, from your guys' experience, you've had a little bit more experience in the Kia than I have.
I mean, Montreal was the one that sticks out to me. I was tiptoeing around the first lap, and it really is. Even in Canada, turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, turn 5, the really fast right-hander. I was just having to completely get out of it because it was so slippery. And Adam, you know, from Donington, the same.
Yeah, literally.
You had cars going off left, right, and centre in front of you. You had your human shield in front of you, burrowing its way through.
I think it was John Roberts or something. Yeah, and you just waiting. You're heading through the Crater curves for the first time, and then cars skating off everywhere.
Properly chucked it into the Casio triangle there. Trendle, he's really going for it. He's going to catch Richardson as well on this lap in the Kia also.
Battle once again as well between teammates. P1 TV, 0.5 of a second between them. However, those two are teammates, so I don't know how close this racing will be as they come across the line.
It's been pretty competitive, hasn't it, between them so far tonight? They've rarely been apart, and about 10 seconds really, Alex, is the biggest gap we've seen between those two similarly coloured black cars. I do think, though, however, with half an hour to go, there's a battle for P3, isn't there?
Stefan and Lucas. Lucas coming back after obviously getting some damage on that Arcadia car, and we've got
easily through. I think there's might be aero damage on that online simracing.de car.
Also worth pointing out that the Core Sim Racing guys had pitted as well, and Claudia Claimer has jumped into the car for the final stint, so minimum of 30-second stop with the driver change. I'm not sure if they've taken tyres or not. I would have thought they probably would have done at this point.
Yep.
So fuel going in, tyres going in afterwards. So, but that's a quick stop from them, 32 seconds. Do we think? I think all the rest of the GTs are going to be able to make it through, aren't they? But yeah,
Dealer's in a lot of trouble through the Dunlop curve with traffic. I think he's going to get away with it. Just over as Klima comes back out, he's got a bit to make up. We're just over half an hour to go. We do need to go for the final commercial break of the evening, but we will be back very, very shortly for the exciting conclusion of the round 4 of the Spirit of VLN. We'll see you soon.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
It's the final half an hour here from Suzuka. It's the fourth round of Spirit of VLN 2015. Andrew Woodhouse, Adabath, Alex Simpson with you. Very pleased to be covering this great event here. And the Karcher team, Alex, they've just made their final pit stop.
Yeah, where's that panned them out now? Let's have a look. It's ahead of, yeah, it's ahead by 7 seconds, so wasn't one less pit stop, but the short stops at the end have actually done what it needed to do. That was 13 seconds faster in the pits, and that's all of a sudden just completely swapped that around. I don't think Pete Newman's going to be able to get the jump on Team Chimera, but they're going to be quite close. In the end, actually, I think this is probably going to be the closest category.
It's the it's again such an intelligent strategy, Adam, for Baker and Katz, just to work out when what's going to save them the most time.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to watch as he goes out of control once again through the technicals. Not as out of control as Trendell was a few laps ago, but yeah, fantastic to see that Karcher have really played the strategy to perfection. It means now that they are ahead by 4.6 seconds over Team Chimera, and they are
with fresh tyres.
Yeah, probably the most the effective race leaders in the categories.
The thing is, Adam, as well, like, you've got to be so careful, haven't you, with the steering lock in the first couple of laps. Because it's just the back end's just going to snap at you at any point.
Yeah, and that's what Baker's having to do at the moment, just probably running the inside line, so when he turns in, it doesn't make the car go completely squirrely on him. And he continues to, he's in second place at the moment, so 46 seconds behind Pete Newman, who I think will be coming into the pits within the next few laps or so.
It'll be a short one for Newman though, isn't it? Alex, you said, I think it'll be about 45-50 seconds, so it could be very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a little underestimation on how long it takes to fuel the car.
Could you get away with not putting any tyres on it if you're Newman?
I think they should, to be honest. They've only got 7 laps to do. It's going to give them the only chance they've got, I think, to get them in there.
Get the win.
Surely it's worth a gamble. The gap behind, I mean, okay, they have to deal with Richard Holliday as well, but I think they're still lapping reasonable pace out there.
Yep.
Newman with a 2 minutes flat that last time, so pace is still there on the tyres.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's good pace from the Kias, isn't it, in these overcast conditions, because they're only 8 seconds a lap slower than the leading McLaren, which I think is pretty damn good when you consider the differences between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, just hearing of a battle going on for P19 at the moment as well. Steve Richardson involved in that, and Henry Groff. So
going around the outside of, trying to go around the outside of Richardson in the Heuskenfeld Engineering Kia. Richardson just taken Gross actually, or is it Gross attacking Richardson?
I think it's the other way around actually. I think Richardson just got through, and now Henry's trying to get back past again.
Under braking into Degner, Richardson tips it in, and Gross. Yeah, he's looking feisty behind Steve Richardson, former BSRTC runner-up, and Gross trying the wide line, trying to cut back out of the hairpin. He's done a good job with that, Adam. It's close now.
Yeah, very good job. Through 200R though, I don't think that's really going to work. He's going to try and get the slipstream there as he heads through the right-hander, gets a good inside line there. And into, yeah, he's blinking just a little bit into spoon curve, really, and he's going to be on the grass. He's out of control.
Lost it!
Unbelievable.
He's always gone in a massive way.
Well, I was just about to say,
huge crash, and he's stuck in. Is he
spoon
stuck?
curve's not really a place to get a move done, and then he tried to get an inside line, and then ended up being magnetised towards the grass, and then that spun the car out. So
Newman and Burke are in. Alex.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on this then. How quick is this going to be?
Needs to be very quick.
Burke's into the car, so we're talking minimum of 30 seconds. Through goes Baker. Here comes Trendo as well. That's true. Of course, then more concerned about Holiday now. He's quite a way away, so
he's just coming up to 130R. Yeah.
I think possibly the
long 50 seconds so far. So
I'd have just left Newman in the car.
Yeah, they're still fueling it at the same time, so it doesn't matter. They're away, so 58 seconds. So it was a very, very quick stop. It's definitely going to put them well and truly in
Holiday in the chicane.
Third
but it was place. But it was never actually. Well, I don't know because Phoenix are coming through actually. Yeah, as you said, Adam Holiday coming through. Is he going to get out in front of Steve Burke?
Yeah, easy.
Oh, Burke just gets out in front. So.
Oh, gets very sideways though through turn 2.
Did he nearly take out the Sim RC.de car?
Yeah, nearly.
Justin Hickman
smoking the tyres there.
Yeah, he's got to get on with it, Burke, just to protect his third place more than anything.
Well, if you need to get a bit of heat into him, there's no better way of doing it, I think, is there?
we do, well, exactly. We do apologise to the Rough and to the Mustang class because we haven't had a lot to talk about with them the last couple of hours really, but that's because the SRN Motorsports Rough did pull away very, very gently and steadily away from Sim Racing Eke, and that lead is now quite a considerable one, about 2/3 of a lap, and also in the Mustang class since the what am I searching for, the number Marco and since the leading car retired, sorry, I've just drawn a blank on that, Marco Mogren's car, since that one retired, the SRN Motorsports Mustang of Mike Young is quite a long way in front really. Tom Ward and Marco Mogren, yes, that's the entry I was thinking of. Sorry, it's getting quite late now. Being a little tired. How must the drivers feel?
Yeah.
To be fair.
Especially those in Europe where it's nearly approaching midnight.
That's it. Yeah. And it's a warm night. It's a warm night in Europe. Heat wave approaching. Alex, it's going to get hot down your neck of the woods, I reckon, down there.
Yeah, it was pretty nice out there today, I have to say. So I can still smell that barbecue that was going on from earlier on. So never have I been more hungry while watching and doing a commentary. I have to say.
Just taunting you.
Yeah, I think we're expecting for some decent weather at the moment.
The two P1 TV cars are still about 1 second apart. Uwe Lange ahead of Sasha Rabe.
A good battle ahead of them as well. You know, the core Sim Racing closed in on the back of Michael Goff as well now. So
here we go.
Just half a second separating those 4th and 5th in class.
So who's going to win the battle of the BMWs? Is it going to be Goff? Is it going to be Claudio Klima? It's going to be Klima because was there a slowdown for main PC there? Or did Goff just miss a gear or something?
Got a main PC Mustang blowing up. Ollie Kral in 33rd, trailing around, smoke bellowing from the back of their car. But yeah,
that car's been in the walls as well. That one hit something very, very early on. in proceedings today, and we've seen actually, Alex, that main PC BMW, it's given up positions easily a few times like that tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I wondered if there was some sort of problem earlier on when they were doing it, but
for
like
me,
you say,
you've got to fight that one this close to the end.
yeah, true. 19 minutes just over left.
It's because I picked them as my driver of the day, and now they're dropping back.
Another head's too big, and it's slowing them down. Have a look. Where are they in the championship? And you know as well, men PC Sim Racing have only picked up 15 points so far, all season. So why not go for it? You're not fighting for the championship at the moment. You may as well try and win the race. Not win the race, but finish in 4th. You know, you could pick up 14 points. Who knows? Maybe they just want to get to the end. They don't want the hassle. I don't know. It's Klima trying to cleave his way through the Mustangs. Mike Young there, the leader of the Mustang category in the 09 SRN Motorsports number 3 car. 38 car has spun, and 38
Langer
is Langer.
That P1 TV Motorsports dead four there. It's just having a bit more yeah, a few more woes to try and get some damage into that. So that right hand side definitely looks like a mess.
Those two have swapped positions a lot of times, Adam, and they're still only a couple of seconds behind, even with the spin.
Just a little half one at the hairpin, actually. Nothing too major, no further damage. Gets the car recovered, but yeah, loses a place to a teammate. And I'm sure his teammate's egging him on right now as he laughs as he goes past.
What are you doing? Get your act together. Let's have a look. See what else is going on through. Nico Van Elk's putting him in some very good laps in the Bitspeed car. The Total sponsored Rough. Last 3 laps, 206.9, 206.6, 206.9. But very, very solid from him. That car qualified on the 205.4. So that's really good race pace, actually, Alex, with a good half tank of fuel at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adam, the core sim racing car is only about the length of the pitch straight behind the online simracing.de car of Stefan Volder. He's got a chance of getting the podium, hasn't he?
Yeah, 4 seconds. Yeah, 4 seconds between us. Sorry, I was just trying to look at the lap times to see if I could make any sense out of them. 1:59.58 for Claudio Klima, however. So yeah, lapping quicker than.
Oh, Klima's been held up there.
Yeah, by
I mean,
the
he
Mustang.
nearly. I'm not sure the Mustang driver knew anything about that, because Klima just kind of nearly drove up the back of him. But you know, we mentioned Arcadia earlier on, Adam. They didn't have a very good first hour at all. They were down in about 8th place, 9th place. And gradually people have made mistakes. You know, others have dropped out. Dealer and Pract have put in consistent lap times, and here we are. They're staring at P2.
Might elevate them to my driver of the race, but then.
They'll spin off or something.
Yeah, or just miraculously slow down. So yeah, Arcadia Racing doing a good job. Started 8th on the grid, and that was towards the back. In fact, it was the second to last car in the class. So to work their way through the pack, and in fact probably kept their noses clean during that 10 minutes of madness at the beginning of the race, and are now facing themselves in second place with just a quarter of an hour to go.
5th in the championship, Arcadia, and they actually won the second round of the season in Road America, so they have been used to standing on the podium. They were on the top step last time. They didn't score any points in Spa, but definitely here they could pick up 18 points, which would put them definitely in the hunt for that championship in GT3. Dream Factory would have. Well, in fact, Core Sim Racing would still be leading that category. They would have... I can't count for some reason today. They would have 62 points. Dream Factory would have 58. And then Arcadia would be up to 50 points. So, you know, it's still quite a close category. And Core Sim Racing will be happy with their day's work, Alex, I think.
Yeah, I just... you know, they had their issues earlier on, but to bring themselves back to where they are, I think actually, it's a great job. Claudio Klima really done a great stint here, and he's got a chance of getting there. I mean, what are we, 15 minutes to go? Last time by was 1.6 seconds faster, 6.1 second gap. I mean, at that pace, that gap's going to come down. So, you know, to get a podium out of this, considering they had a disconnect, well, the potential podium, sorry, let's not curse them completely. You know, shows actually what a great car they had, and without their issues, they would have been quite comfortably in second place, I feel.
Do you actually have a time gap there between them and the leader?
I don't, unfortunately. No, I can't see that.
Because they were about 1 minute and 18 seconds behind the leader before they disconnected. But I was looking at the lap times as a great big moth like tries to eat me or something. They're about a second a lap, maybe even more quicker than the Dream Factory car. Although not that the Dream Factory car really has to push at this point, Adam.
No, they're continuing to lap at their own pace. So they're only 1/10 of a second quicker than them last time around. As he comes across the line now, does a lap time of 2 minutes point 9. Dream Factory continuing to be in a class of their own, just making sure they don't make any mistakes, which could still happen inside the final 13 minutes of the race. 15 seconds then back to Stefan Valder. 4.6 now between Claudio Klima and Valder. So, and in fact, Klima did a 1:59.9 last time around, so the gap is continuing to shrink, and if Klima continues to go at this rate, he will be with the online simracing.de car by the end of the race.
You can almost see them in the same camera shot now. Through the S's goes Waldher, up the hill. See how his car's handling through here. Tricky section. In the compression and then up the Dunlop curve. Not the greatest line, but still manages to get on the power. Down the hill. Into Degner 1. Tips it in well, nice and precise. Not really using all the track though. Into Degner 2. Up towards the hairpin. Under braking, heavy braking.
To 3 seconds now.
Yeah, 3 seconds, and he's driving nicely, Stefan Waldher, but it's sort of a conservative pace, Alex, really.
It's not going to be enough at that pace. I can't believe how quickly that's come down. That's nearly 3 seconds that lap. So it's going to take just 2 laps, I think, just to get there now. So the rest of this one and another, and he'll be right on his tail. So Klima absolutely flying out there right now, and like you say, definitely the fastest car out on the circuit at the moment.
It's good tidy driving from Waldher, but you know that might not be what's required when you've got a driver of Claudio Klima's just sheer pace. I mean, qualified this car 1.5 seconds quicker than the online sim racing .de machine. The Romanian looking ever the more aggressive here. 1:59.949 last time. 1:58.6. Goodness me. That's almost the fastest lap of the race. I think the fastest lap of the race was 58.4 by Ballesteros.
Well, actually, Cloud, I think 58.3 they've done in this race as well. When was that?
Oh yeah, it was actually. That's the fastest lap, 58.3. Yeah, by Claudio Klima on lap 8.
Yeah, that was some time ago. So just to show how quick he is.
Oh, and here we go.
Traffic is going to cause some problems. He's going to get boxed in. Yes, he is.
Here's the move coming.
That was good from Stefan there. He could see what was going to happen, and I thought for a minute Klima was going to nip through, but there was no way he could get out there. Totally boxed in.
Yeah, very good driving. Adam, what's Waldher going to have to do to keep Klima behind him? Is he going to have to pray for a miracle?
If he just positions his car in the right place though and hopes that traffic plays its part, then he might just be okay. But 10 minutes really to hold on. I'm going to look down the inside into the hairpin.
This is where
these cars look.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a run on the inside, and I'm just trying to do the maths. Each lap's 2 minutes. We've got 10 minutes to go, so holding on for about 3 or 4 more laps here. So
look, Klima's got more straight line speed.
Yeah.
The aero damage of that online sim racing car means that there could be a move into the spoon curve. Wide goes Waldher, and he's not going to be able to fight it. He nearly turned in actually on Klima. But Klima's through, and that was pretty easy, Alex, I have to say.
Yeah, pace difference there quite noticeable. We just point out as well, we just lost Pedro van Bielen there as well. P12 overall, another disconnection.
Yeah.
So that's for the NEPK racing team there.
That's
so
the second one of that's the second one for them. Not the best thing to happen to them. Not the best race really for them either, considering that they were in second. In fact, they were one of the 3 teams that were tied for the lead in the rough, and now SRN Motorsport are going to have 72 points. Sim Racing Eke are going to have 70 points. NEPK are going to be all the way down. They're going to only gain about 10 points here, maybe only 8 points. Sorry, 12 points they're going to get, aren't they, or 10? So they're going to lose about 10 points to the championship leader. A costly day for them. Internet troubles. Just under 10 minutes to go then. Where's the battle? Core aren't going to catch Arcadia. There's not enough time left. In fact, Arcadia are a little quicker on that previous lap. P1 TV is still only less than a second apart. A great inter-team squabble. I don't think we've ever seen that, Alex, have we? That 2 cars that close together for the entire race.
No, I don't think so. Definitely the Kia is the closest race. I mean, the top 4 or 5 cars separated by 45 seconds, something like that. Yeah, 46 seconds.
Great. If you've got the feeling as well, with 4 drivers so evenly matched like P1 TV actually have, you could feel if they could just maybe eke out another, 3/4 tenths of a lap between them, they'd have a very, very solid chance of winning one of these races.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I mean, you look at the last time by 201s, they've had their mistakes and things like that, which has sort of set them back maybe 20-30 seconds over the course of this race. A few little hiccups here and there for both teams as well, or both cars. So you're right, 3 or 4 tenths can make all the difference. And I'm gonna look how far back they were. I mean, average times, they probably need about half a second to get up towards like Lucas right now. So doable, just a bit more time, maybe just fine-tuning the set to work with the guys.
But they're obviously a good unit. Very evenly matched as a team.
And they're very close again, less than a second, well and truly 2/10 of a second right
now.
Yeah,
they're almost
between them.
They're almost attached to each other. Is there going to be a move though this late on? I mean, I suppose they can get away with it, can't they? They've got 3 laps to the next one. The next driver behind them, which is the SRN Motorsports Rough, so they may as well fight each other and give us some entertainment. Come on, boys.
There we go, 6.5 minutes. Session Rab and Uwe Langer into the hairpin.
Oh, Raba's very wide there.
Yeah.
And Langer sees that, and he'll be able to get the slipstream through 200R down towards Spoon Curve, Alex.
Yeah, is he close enough to get... No, it just doesn't look like he's got the straight line speed there, even with the draft. Maybe that slight bit of extra damage that he's got just affecting him there, so it's going to be difficult to get by his teammate. Let's have a look.
And that's Arcadia just there
down
as well.
The straight. Yeah.
So that's the difference, isn't it? It's 1 lap, isn't it? 1 exact lap is the difference between those 2 teams.
Yeah, Langer's definitely struggling with straight line speed. I was just having a look at the speed difference there. It's about 8 kilometers an hour down that straight there, so the damage on that car actually affecting him more than his teammate. As the Arcadia car go through.
Yeah, Langer put 2 wheels onto the grass going into 130. Oh, and now it's all going to go wrong as they...
Zila nearly clouting the Mustang of Abate. And look at this now, Langer right in the slipstream, and he's going for it into turn 1. Uwe Langer. Oh, and he nearly takes out the second place car as well. Great move though. Great move at the end of a 4-hour race.
Yeah, no team orders there.
No, but you may see actually, you may see Rabat coming back at him later. If the speed difference is a true one, then you may see down the back straight into 130R. You might see a chance for Rabat later. I That's if he can keep close, though. Great lunge, though, into turn 1. These guys, Adam, have really demonstrated that turn 1's a passing place. It's not traditionally one.
Yeah, probably the most famous passing of Kimi Raikkonen on Fizzy Keller and that race back in 2005.
Yeah.
Fantastic move there, and we're seeing plenty of similar moves almost there tonight. And once again, traffic always playing their part to slow the cars up out on when they come out of the chicane, and that's allowing the guys to get alongside and get that move done into the first corner.
I once made a move up off the start of an F1 race, and just in that first corner, heart in the mouth stuff. Definitely when you're going side by side through there, and that's what would have been felt in the P1 TV camp as well. I bet their team boss was bricking it a bit there, Alex.
Yeah, if I was in the same position with a couple of the Apex cars, I'd be like, don't hit each other. I'd have been on the mic straight away.
Although it doesn't really matter, I guess, because I suppose even if they do hit each other at this point, their positions are pretty much locked in. So SRE, they're still going, aren't they? Sim Racing Eke with 2 roughs, 2nd and 4th. Bjorn Lada and Ralph Loranowski. And those are 2 spotless roughs as well, pretty much. Bit of damage on the 25. How long's left on the official timer?
3 minutes 23 seconds. So
where's the Dream Factory McLaren? That's the question. He's coming through into the Casio Triangle, so 2 laps to go, really, then, isn't it? Raul Diago.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he comes across the start-finish line again. Start lap 117.
Yeah, that's 2 full. Well, it's over 2 full Grand Prix distances. 53 laps of Grand Prix distance around the Suzuka circuit. So 2 and a bit. Alex, I get the feeling, like I said, that until Road America next time out, we're not really going to know how good this victory is, because we need either to see more McLarens or some of the other guys to convert to the McLaren and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, I'll go back to talking to my teammates again and saying actually that, you know, they were saying that the car are actually very even, just maybe tiny a little bit quicker, but we're talking less than 1/10 of a second from back-to-back testing, and actually what you gain in the car you lose in the pits. So I think genuine performance here is being shown, and you know, they lapped the field very early in this race.
Is there a concern that some teams may try to switch to the McLaren and then they'll find that actually it's not really any better for them?
Yeah, I think we'll have a bit of a knee-jerk reaction for the next race. Just
because, Adam, the one McLaren that's been in this race has absolutely creamed everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the organisers step in, a bit like in the days of McLaren in '98 when they lapped the entire field there. The organisers stepped in and banned that third pedal or whatever it was they were using, and allowed the Ferraris.
I'm not sure it made them that much difference.
No, not really. It took Schumacher and to really till about the halfway.
I'm not sure it made a lap's worth of difference. But they like to do things like that. It's just like the you know,
double diffusers in F1.
Yeah, so. it made a difference, but I don't think it was you know, anything ridiculous. But Raul Diago
starting the final lap of the race.
A lot of people, incidentally, said Braun would have won that with or without a double diffuser. That's how quick that car was. So yeah, Dream Factory, and it has been a dream, hasn't it, for them tonight. Into the final lap. Let's say turn 2. Nice and easy.
Still lapping 159s.
Still, yeah. I mean, it's just great, isn't it? It's really, really good. And Raul Diago in that great sounding McLaren MP4 12C. Going into the Dunlop curve. Just taking it nice and steady now. He wasn't taking it steady on the last lap. 59.6 with 2 laps to go. Do we have is the white flag out, Alex, now?
No, not yet, but it will be any second, I'm sure. The officially green flag is going to come out any moment now, I think, as he Here comes the clock counter. Yep, goes over. White flag is out.
Into the hairpin then for Diago. And him and Alberto Flor Ballesteros, they've just been excellent. And you know, it's just been so dominant. And in a spec series as well, Alex. That's where I think that's where the wonder is, isn't it? All these cars that are balanced almost, like you said, to within a tenth of a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just nothing you can say really. Just take your hats off, because that's been pretty much a faultless performance today. 4 hours of pure class and completely deserved victory. So both drivers did exactly what they needed to do, and just comes across to celebrate and fully deserved victory.
Raul Diago and Alberto Ballesteros take the win for the Dream Factory McLaren here at Suzuka in the Spirit of VLN-series. And Adam, that was just really good from them, wasn't it, all the way through? I think they made one mistake, maybe two.
Yeah, just going wide in the spoon curve a half an hour or so ago, and apart from that, I can't remember them.
They just made a little contact with the Kia, and that was the other one.
Going for a little trip through the gravel on the exit of the chicane, yeah. Apart from that, spotless performance by them, and really drive of Tim to win the championship. Arcadia Racing just coming through to second place.
Tell you what, Cora have got within 10 seconds of Arcadia. That's just how far they fought back. Tremendous second half from Cora, Alex. I mean, after that disconnection.
Yep. Yeah, amazing.
They would have been close to the win, I believe. They, within probably 30-40 seconds, I think they would have got with it.
I think you're right, actually, because they've definitely been the quicker car in this second stint of the race. The last 2 hours after the disconnect feel like they've been consistently lapping the quickest, but unfortunately it's just one of those things.
Second place for Arcadia Racing, Lucas Sila and Alexander Pracht. And now Claudio Klima coming over for a podium finish with Mike Pallock, and the P1 TV guys finishing as well. They will finish 6th and 7th. We just need to wait a few seconds for main PC for online sim racing to come through as well, just ahead of main PC. Stefan Waldherr finishes the race in 4th, main PC in 5th. SRN Motorsports and Daniel Grote, teaming with Ryan Huff, takes the win for the Ruffs as well. And Karcher have won the Kia class once again. Team Chimera with an absolutely brilliant race as well for them. Well-deserved second place, and they will take command of the championship. Mike Young as well, Adam, he was excellent in the Mustang, wasn't he, for SRN?
Yeah, fantastic job from him, and really showed his dominance by the fact that we didn't really need to look back at the Ford Mustang class after.
And some donuts there from Mike Young for the crowd.
Yeah. And the simulated crowd just loving it.
Indeed they
and
are.
The fact
they're a little flat though.
I'm loving the fact and I'm loving the fact that there's no, well, not for me anyway, there's no smoke coming off it, but off the donuts. But
he was going round though, that's all that matters. Excellent.
And ever since the other leader, Marco Monroe, whatever, ended up hitting the wall, he was able to ease off and take a commanding victory for the Ford Mustang class as well.
Yeah, it was going to be quite a relatively close race, I think, but Young had that in the bag in the end, and he deserves the win. Pete Newman and Steve Burke as well, third in the Kia category. So, boys, that was really enjoyable.
Well, let's take a look at the final results then from each class. They'll be on your screen now. Number 1, Dream Factory take the victory, Andrew.
Yeah, and they really deserve everything today. Absolutely perfect race. They led from start start to finish, and the Dream Factory McLaren takes the win. From Arcadia Racing, number 36 car, and the 24 Core Sim Racing BMW. In fourth, OnlineSimRacing.de, ahead of main PC Sim Racing with P1 TV in 6th and 7th. For the rough class, it was SRN Motorsports number 41 that takes the lead in the championship, and then Sim Racing Eke, they will be second after today. Bit Speed Endurance with a really strong performance for third, Sim Racing Eke's second team in fourth, and then fifth for the 723 PND Racing Rough. In the Kia category, the Karcher car in first for David Baker and Andreas Katz, Team Chimera with Simon Trendell, and also for Jamie Wilson. And then it was Phoenix Motorsports and SimRC.de rounding out the top 5 there. And for the Ford Mustang, SRN Motorsports number 3 with Mike Young taking the victory there. And in second place, Blackadder Motorsport number 67. They were a deserved second place. Christian Challoner, Clark Duffy after a really slow start. Verpomoto in third, and a Blackadder 68. And then the Talk Freak Racing VLN Mustang, the 181 car, with Lars Moldenhauer, Sasha Lamp. They round out the top 5 there. Alex Simpson, what a great 4 hours of Suzuka.
Yeah, we said at the start of this broadcast that, you know, Suzuka Special Track always has great racing, and we had a bit of everything there. Some diverse strategies, some unfortunateness with some accidents, some disconnections, some great fight backs, and you know, some good close battles throughout that race. So yeah, what a great VLN race we've had today.
Adam, what do you feel about that? I really enjoyed that from start to finish.
Yeah, it was great to see how the strategies panned out over the 4 hours, and it was great to see some great racing as well across all of the classes. Even in the Mustang class, where that sort of died down towards the end, we did see some great battles in there as well. And it was amazing just to see how commanding the victory was. Dream Factory lapping the entire field, and yeah, in a class of 1 tonight, but some great racing, and I really enjoyed it.
Yep. We were going to interview some drivers, and Claudio Klima was there. He's now disappeared again. Pedro van Buylen is back again. Let's just see where they finished. NEPK in the end. It wasn't a great day for them, but they did finish 6th. We'll bring Pedro in now. Welcome back, Pedro van Buylen, to the box once again. 6th place for you tonight. You must be frustrated with that, really, even though it was quite a good recovery.
Yeah, but 3 disconnects in one race, a little bit too much. The first 2 we couldn't do anything about it, it was internet, but the third one was definitely iRacing that disconnected me, not my internet, because I was all the time on TeamSpeak with my teammate Bram, so it's a bit of unlucky. I don't think Suzuka really likes us.
That's what a couple of the guys were saying on Thursday night. Was a couple of guys got disconnected, but yet they were still connected to some other internet features and things like that. So
yeah, I think since the last build of iRacing something went wrong.
Yeah, it looks like little bugs creeping in, but I'm sure they'll be rectified fairly soon. So I guess you're looking forward to Road America then, instead of looking back at this race.
Yeah, but hopefully those last 2 races is again for Bram and Tim. This track, Bram doesn't like it, so I took his place.
He wasn't that happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, Suzuka, Adam was saying it's not everyone's cup of tea, but definitely it's an exciting race nevertheless. Thanks very much for joining us again, mate. And we will catch you later in Road America.
Yep, ciao.
And now we are standing by, Adam Bath is standing by with Mike Pallock.
Indeed, Mike Pallock, welcome. You had a pretty good race. Had to fight back through the field on a couple of occasions, but how would you rate yourself? How would you rate this race tonight?
Oh, hello, good evening. Yeah, I'm completely wasted right now. Honestly, I kind of had the stint of my life. Luckily, I was on the PC while Claudio had that disconnect. Told me he had some hardware issues and got a blue screen. After that, I could immediately jump into the car. We had sadly a tow in by 2 minutes, which let us fall back to position 6. But yeah, then we just went full pace and kind of could reach back to P3.
At the end, having to work your way through and ended up managing to pass the online simracing.de car. And do you prefer being on the offensive at the end of the race, being able to fight your way through the field, and would you rather be doing that than being on the defensive?
Well, yeah, we were on P2 before the blue screen of Claudio, and he was really sorry, and I just thought now or nothing, and we went just full offensive and tried our best. We kept it safe, even at that kind of pace, but in the end it went pretty well.
What do you think of the McLaren's domination? Do you think the organisers should make sure that that sort of thing doesn't happen when we get to Road America?
I'm not sure about the balance of performance because, yeah, well, indeed, the McLaren of Dream Factory was really, really fast in the beginning. But I'm not sure how things will sort out at Road America. We'll see. I cannot say.
All right. Well, it was great to watch. You're coming back through the field after that disconnect, and who knows, you might have been able to have got second place after if that hadn't happened. So thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you at Road America next time.
Sure, thank you.
Mike Pallock there. Core Sim Racing, they were the fastest car out there in the last stint, definitely. And yeah, it was a very, very impressive fight back from them. I believe Alex may have found Lucas Sheila. We're not sure.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, guys.
Hello, Lucas. Good race from you guys today. Arcadia car looked a bit beaten and battered in places, but you managed to get a good result out of it nonetheless.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue in the second stint. Actually, the second stint was like one corner, and then we ended up on the wall. And luckily, the car didn't get any big damage or like major damage, and we were able to just like run the same pace as before. And yeah, so that was really lucky for us because that could have been race over.
Yeah, you had no engine cover at one point. I mean, was that affect any straight line speed or anything like that?
Not at all. I think the acceleration was a little bit worse than normal, but we still managed to run like the same lap time, so I don't think it affected us that much. And we actually were a little bit scared that at the time when we came into pits, we thought like, oh damn it, our car's going super well right now, please don't give us big required repairs. And yeah, we did not get any required ones, but only optionals. And yeah, we're able to just gave us a new hood for the car, and we got out, and yeah, we're able to run on.
Yeah, did it affect anything like fuel mileage or anything like that? Was your stint a little bit shorter with the damage, or did pretty much as you expected?
We're not quite sure, but we think that the last stint actually we had quite a lot of fuel usage because we like calculated how much fuel we should take, and it was like, okay, we're gonna take about 105 liters, and that should be fine. And then we messed up the pit and filled the tank to 115 liters, and we're like, ah, damn it, now we stood way too long. Then we had to like 10 liters for nothing, but okay. And then in the end, it came on like spot on the last lap. He said like, okay, you got 2 more laps. We're like, whew. Lucky us that we did not fuel like 105 liters, because then we'd had to make a splash and dash in the end. And yeah, that saved us a second place.
Is there anything you could have done different today, or will be looking to do a bit different at Road America to try and catch that Dream Factory team?
Yeah, first off, I actually prefer Road America way more than Suzuka as a track. And we will definitely put more time in preparation and in setup building, because we just I was waiting for a new PC the last weeks, and so I wasn't really racing at all, and just like jumped in the track yesterday with a new PC, and we were quite happy with our pace. But well, Core Factory, our apologies to Core Sim Racing that they had this unlucky disconnect, because they totally deserved second place there. Yeah, and Dream Factory was just blazingly quick. And well, for next run at Road America, hopefully we'll be able to like get a somewhat decent setup because ours wasn't really good today. We were fighting the car most of the time. It was super slippery, and yeah, hopefully put in a better qualifying lap next time and be able to run with the leading pack for a while. And yeah, maybe even compete for a podium just like at the beginning of the race and not just like at the end of the race.
Well, congratulations, second place, and deserved as well. To be fair, you've had your own issues to deal with out there, managed to manage them very, very well. So, yeah, congratulations on that, and good luck at Road America in the next round.
Thanks, and also, once again, thanks for the great stream, as always. It's like, feeling it a little bit while I was not driving, and it was great.
Well, thanks a lot, Lucas. Well done again, and we'll catch you in next month.
See you there.
All right. Lucas Sheila there. Well, boys, it's been such a great evening of racing here at Suzuka. And I'd like to thank everyone who's watched this on YouTube and who's going to watch it later on as well. Thanks very much, chaps. It's been really, really fun.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Yeah, glad I turned up for it. And you never know what you're going to get with these endurance races, but this was certainly a good one.
Yeah, same here, and even though the victory might have been a bit of a commanding one, there was definitely loads of racing to see, and the strategies really froze up quite a few great races. So, yeah, really enjoyed it.
All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody. Thanks to Hugo Louis on the cameras as well. From myself, Andrew Woodhouse, from Alex Simpson and Adam Bath. We'll catch you next month at Road America here at the Spirit of VLN on RaceSpotTV, the home of the iRacing.com World Championship Series.